see you with the first. What's good, man? How you doing? Alright, I think today's gonna be a bit chill. Okay, I don't know what it is. I don't know if my sound card hit a fucking update patch in the middle of the night. Everything sounds like it's at a different level today than compared to yesterday when I'm on my earpiece. Like, my mic feedback sounds way louder. My music is way louder. The sound redeem is way quieter. I think my game is also a bit quieter. I'm like really confused at what happened. I don't know if my sound card hit up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you ever get these? I'm so confused, man. Wow, people are... that's odd. They got Mort. I think it's like annoying enough. Should be fine. Yeah, or like, I don't know if Streamlabs had an update or something. What's up, Crystal? Yo. Holy fuck, man. This is like the next level of degenerate in arena defense. Holy fuck. Why do people sweat so hard in draft arena? What do you mean draft arena? Like draft mode? I don't think people sweat hard there at all. I think it's a bunch of people who barely know how to play the game. What do you mean by that? OBS? Oh, right, OBS. I keep calling it Streamlabs, bro. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old. You know how, like, your grandpa will call any game console, like, a Nintendo? That's what I call any streaming program. I just call it the Streamlab. Whether or not it's actually on brand or not, like, I have no fucking idea. I'm starting to hit the Gramps age, bro. It's cooked. It's not looking too good for yours truly, man.
Is it my turn?
Hi, bye, later. Later, prof. Alright, yeah, oh, is this draft arena? Do people sweat there? Let me see. Let me give it a shot. What's today's plans? That's a really good question. Let me update stream notes while I walk you through today's draft plans. So as you might have seen in the stream title, we're doing Vic's tournament later. So in the meantime, let's do some investigation. I'll play some Notos, and then we're gonna watch Tip to Tip. We're gonna watch Tip to Tip 2 with Ludwig. Ahoy, Mocha, what's up? Alright. I was told people sweat really hard here, so let's get it. Do people sweat hard? People don't even queue for this mode, man. I'm like having a hard time finding a match. What's going on here, bro? Alright, let's see it. Euphine Landy. I think I take, out of these, I take Euphine. Euphine's probably the least shittiest one. It's kind of cooked, though. Why do some people pre-ban Mort? Because they want to play counterattacks. Okay, that's pretty annoying, but we can work with that. None of these are particularly good. Especially not against that. This might be good, but like that guarantees we have to ban that, which we probably don't really want. I'm gonna burn my rerolls here. This looks good. Down to take Tori. I don't think he has anything that particularly threatens her. Okay, would really love a knight here. Like, the rest of these are all pretty chill, but I think I'm looking for a knight primarily, so let's pick up our Christie. You can ban, I understand that. I've played in competitive draft mode events, the only competitive draft mode events that we've ever had in the history of the game. And I was on the same team as YD. Was YD even there? I was on the same team as YD and Lakari, I think. So yes, I am aware of how to play this. Oh shit. Maid. Actually don't know what to ban between Maid and Molly. This seems fine.
I'll deal with this.
And then he goes for Fern. I mean, he's banning this thing, right? Which means I probably have to ban... do I really want to lose half my fighting spirits? I don't think so. That's too annoying. Are people really sweaty? Yeah, I'm asking the same question myself. How do you sweat in a game mode where they literally give you what units to pick? I am at quite a loss there. I was hoping you'd be able to explain it to me. Also, what's up, machine? 1, 2, 3, 4. That goes, that goes, that goes. Can I just pass? I think I'm gonna just pass. This looks chill to pass on. I gotta keep Tourney versus Fern. I think that's all I really need. The anti-crit is annoying though. Oh my god.
That's what drives me.
Like, what do you mean people are sweaty? My guy just burned a 4-turn cooldown to heal 900 health. What do you mean these guys are sweaty? I genuinely do not understand.
I will open the doors to
These guys are quite literally the opposite of whatever sweaty is. I figured it would be more casual. It is quite casual. Is it not? Is it not really casual? The guy just burned a 4-turn cooldown to heal 900 HP? Do you not think that's extremely casual? Making convo, I guess? I mean, yeah, I'm replying to your conversation, right? But, like, you know, you can make convo, but you can't stick a talking point on something that's just clearly misinformation, right? Yeah, like you're allowed to, you're free to start convo however you wish, right? But misinformation is misinformation. Alright, how do I do this? I think I just hit this here. I don't really need to press Christie buttons. This strips, right? Dispelling 2 buffs, bet. Can I strip the Fern? Thank you.
I'm just doing my part. You have nothing.
Yeah, like, what part of this is not, like, really casual, is my question. Like, this is peak what I think casual Epic 7 is. If anything, I'm the sweaty one, right? Like, this guy's just trying to click his character's buttons, and I'm over here critiquing decisions. Holy fuck. Okay, this is actually annoying. I need to kill this shit. I don't know if I'm killing this shit, man. This is actually... DJ presses S3 here. I get immunity up, which doesn't matter. I have Tourney APOC. Yeah, DJ loses damage mid. I get him killed, and then we click APOC again. I better not see your sweat more in draft, or else I'll get angry. Oh, too fucking late, buddy. My hands sweat no matter what I do. I just have sweaty hands, period. I'm 3 weeks into the game? I mean, I didn't say you weren't 3 weeks into the game, man. All I'm saying is what you said was incorrect. And I asked you to prove your point. You know, you're welcome to prove your point however you want, right? I'm proving my point to you that I don't really think people here are sweaty. Oh my god, like look at that. Oh my god, bro. Okay, maybe they are sweaty, guys. These are skilled gamers.
I'll take your life.
I mean, I just killed that thing first. Doesn't matter.
It'll be the last thing you feel.
I'm 3 weeks into the game. I mean, it doesn't matter how many weeks into the game you're at, right? Like, if you're 3 weeks into the game, sweaty is sweaty. If you're 3 years into the game, sweaty is sweaty. All I'm asking is, how are people sweaty? Right? You want to make conversation? Here you go, make it. Right? I'm giving you the floor. I'm a little lost, guys. How are you feeling with no toes? I think it really depends on what kind of content you play. I think if you're mostly a Guild War arena player, or you play on what the fuck?
Your life ends here.
What the fuck was that? I think I leave the maid alone. I do burn this though.
Punch you myself.
No toes, I am out. Goodbye, Kami. Goodbye.
Ask nicely.
1, 2, 3, 4. This is a provoke. This is a provoke. Okay, I'm provoking the sun.
I'll show you what I can do.
I'm holding this.
I've made it this
Trying to vibe in the community. Yeah, well, like, here's the thing, right? I think it doesn't really matter, like, what part of the community you're vibing with. Any part of the community really do not like any amount of misinformation. You're welcome to vibe however you want, right? And like, it's the same thing as when I make content, right? Anything I say, anything I make a video on has been tested to hell and back, right? So if you're here to tell me, like, Draft Arena is really sweaty, like, I'm gonna want to see it, right? And that's why I'm here, right? I'm playing a match, and my opponent is provably equally, like, new at the game, and that's fine. Didn't mean for it to be a thing. It's not a thing, right? You wanted to make convo, I'm making convo, right? Like, I did the thing you wanted me to do. I don't understand, like, you know, why you're freaking out. I'm just telling you, right?
step back.
You just don't want to really deal with misinformation throughout the thing. Everything else is chill. Maid gets S3 here. Can he just kill my DJ again so I can get my APOC ult back? He has one of the sickest designs, must-have from design alone. I mean,
The real deal.
Divine, what do you think about Noto's design?
It's pretty much. I mean, I'm gonna say it's probably must-have only because when is the next time they're gonna make a cool male character in this game?
I've made it
Like
this
that
far.
isn't.
Like,
You know.
define cool. Like, do you think edgy guys, do you think Rylet is a cool character?
No, I was about to say no twinks allowed. So I was literally.
Is
about to say-
Rylet a twink?
Yes.
What?
What?
Are you
You're
fucking
questioning this?
Are you fucking out of your goddamn mind? You're just a big fucking guy, so you think average built guys are twinks? Wait,
Average?
does that mean I have a twink build according to you? Is that how you see me? Is this how this works? Am I understanding this
you might be-
correctly?
You might be too tall, but like everyone in chat is already going yes. Yeah, that's a twink.
He's a twink. I thought in order to have like a twink build, you need the Ervelin build.
No, that's a Shoto.
You mean a Shota? Shoto's the name of the guy from My Hero Macadamia Nut.
Well, Sarah, you're saying that's a shonen, so now we're all over the place. But yeah, no, that's just young boy. The difference between young boy and fucking twink.
I
Fucking
thought you
Tinkerbell
needed
over
to
here.
be like the Ervelin build to be a twink.
Like Violet and Rylet is literally peak twink. They are literally Twinkerbell.
I'm getting fucking lost. I need to fucking Google this shit. What is the definition of a twink? Amongst gay men, gay or bisexual young men with a slim build and youthful appearance. Does Rylet look particularly youthful? That motherfucker look like he hasn't slept in days. That
No, he
motherfucker
looks
look like a
absolutely-
war fucking refugee, man.
No, there's like no adult characteristics to his face. Like, think about like what makes somebody like fucking Kane look like an adult. That motherfucker has scars, but like they're not like the scars that are like, you know, accent his face. They're just I took a hit to the chest, motherfucker. Right? He looks like somebody who pays taxes.
I'm so fucking lost. Cause Rylet to me just have like an average adult guy build. Like he's got the
Ru-
scar.
Yeah, maybe if the adult guy got lost in Hot Topic by his mom.
Yeah, I mean he's a bit edgy, but it's
Plus,
just
that's what's it's like I said. That scar isn't because he's been through battle and he's aged. That scar is to make him look cooler and mysterious and hotter and sexier and more dangerous.
how is that any different from Kane's scar?
Kane's
You
scar
are
because he got
this some
fucked
peak fucking ass pull right here. Ain't
Kane's-
no fucking
Kane's
way you are
scars-
saying
Kane's
this shit.
scars, Kane's scars look like he got into a very bad brawl at a fucking bar multiple times.
Okay, I have no idea what the fuck you are going on. What? Dude, the only difference between these two guys is their fucking skin tone and the size, the actual physical size of their fucking build, man.
Yeah,
Like-
the like 90% of this is the size of their build. Yes. Also, the gray hair, bro. The gray hair is an obvious sign of him being an older man.
Okay, so we are really just judging people by the colored of their outward appearance. Am I hearing this right?
Are you new to America? Do you want to be saying this like in 2026? Is this something you really want to admit? Brother, you're not passing the citizenship test.
Oh, you might be
tell you
right.
what.
You might be right. I am applying to citizenship after this. Yeah, okay. You know what? You might be onto some. We do judge people on their outward appearances. Shit.
Can I introduce you to any reality TV show? Can I introduce you to Epic 7? Oh,
Okay,
Ahmed
so
wants
so
to
so
know
like
what
on to the next topic, right? What do you think makes Rylet gay?
I don't think Rylet's gay. I mean, he's in a relationship with Lulucar. Like, he's obviously not gay, but he is what people are going to
Alright,
describe
okay,
as,
people
like,
are actually banning Notos. This shit is actually so like homophobic. Yeah, they might not be gay, but they sure are homophobic, man. What's your favorite units in the game? Go by Dark, Ranger, any female unit in there. Yeah, okay, yeah, you see, like, this is to the guy in YouTube chat, like, you see how guys make conversation? Like, if you want to chill in the community, make conversation, right? Like, it's not that serious. If you have a different point, you can disagree with somebody else's point. If you grew up with no actual male friends, that is okay. If that's not an experience you are familiar with, that is fine, okay? Just because somebody disagrees with you doesn't mean they're coming after your life, man. Like, you see what I'm talking about? Like, Divine's my boy. We out here every week, and we don't agree on 100% every single thing we talk about. It's okay for people to disagree, especially between guys. Like, come on, guys. Alright, anyway, I'm here to play Notos today. Do you have what is your game dev read on his place in the overall game? Because I always think it's really fucking interesting when Smaugate does this, and when I say interesting, you know what I mean. Right? Like...
It's a light night. What the fuck else am I going to talk about? We got a balanced light night. Like, what the fuck you want? My game dev read? This isn't game dev, motherfucker. This is the basic ability of pattern recognition. You were born with this in a 3-year-old.
It's been 3 picks into the draft. We have picked 3 light nights. Do you
Like,
like Epic 7, Divine?
It's like, he's gonna be broken, and if he isn't, congratulations. They'll buff him as soon as he's no longer available to be broken.
Watch Notos be insane within a week. Why within a week? That's the part I don't understand. Why is he not insane now? That's my ask. Why are we waiting a week for him to be insane when I think he's plenty insane as is? Also, how do we want to fucking do this? This shit is pretty annoying. Cause she bombs, right?
Is Genesis Ross gay? Not on Eid. We can't be doing this. Not on Eid, Ahmed. Not on Eid.
Okay, can
No, I mean, isn't Genesis Ross also like fiending for Mercedes or something? I don't know. I'm too much into lore.
I think
much into the
Genesis
lore of
Ross
this
is
game,
supposed to be like too religious. Like
So
like
he is
if
gay?
you so he is shit. On Eid, man, on Eid we're really doing this. Oh man, okay.
Eid
Let's
Mubarak,
see.
everybody. Eid Mubarak.
I'm glad you finally get to. Oh shit! I can't say the word
No,
on.
the fu-
not
the
on
fu-
YouTube,
the
not
fu-
on Twitch. Shit.
The funniest part is that today is Eid, and I ate later than I would have if I was fasting.
You know what? I am glad once again. You know, Resident Evil 9 just went. This is on topic. I'm glad you get to be the goon raccoon all over again. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm very happy for you. Also, do I need to be worried about this Luluka? I'm banning this thing. Can I just drop a fucking Ruel or some shit? Like, I mean, surely this works, right, guys? Ahoy, Daystar. What's good, dude? I think we do it this way. Okay, no lie. I think Zio skips? No, I don't think Zio can't skip, right? This would need to be a slow Zio, and then he initiates off of this to kill me. Otherwise, he's dead. Yeah. Oh, by the way, do you have any idea how he works?
Yeah, I saw the meme.
Ah, yes. The one Jeremy just posted.
Yep.
He's yeah, he's very interesting. I don't know what to call it besides that. Like, he's just a really interesting. I think I actually died to the bombs here. Holy fuck, that's crazy.
I do not care if this body breaks. I see the quite slow. An oversight.
Okay, that's fine. It pushes Ross.
Shall we end this?
Holy shit. Oh, it cleanses right before I die. Okay, that's interesting. I can't really break through though, so we're just gonna drop the S3 here.
To belong in this world. Witness.
Wow, look at the additional damage. Isn't that cool? Yeah, so, I've noticed in any game where I'm drafting him correctly, I never actually get to see him play the game, because the game is just over. Because the moment his turn is next, and they can't stop him, they don't even try. Like, it's just a waste of time for both players.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's another interesting unit that you never even get to see do his thing, because by the time he has succeeded, the game is over.
Yep. I mean, okay, it's also really interesting because, I like playing Notos games in such a way where whenever Notos is on board, the other player, like the person without him, needs to play just a little bit faster. And if you overcommit your speed, for example, if you go like imprint Zio and you're way too fast, you just die by default. Like, because the other person just pivot full defense and you just don't have enough ways to kill him. He's just aura farming. It's kind of lame. Like, aura farming doesn't equal good YouTube video. You know what I mean? Can I see your Notos? Yeah, sure. I can show in draft, or like if you're in the Discord, it's in the build catalog. Are you saying Divine?
Nah.
Nah. It's too controversial, huh? How you been enjoying your time back in Slay the Spire 2?
I can't play robot.
You can't play robot. You have to play
I can
really.
Play everybody else.
Yeah, you have to play pretty defensive as robot.
I got my win with him finally. I think I did like a zero cost deck focused on powers. But yeah.
Oh, you got the zero cost build down. I think that's the hardest thing to get down because I think like Ascension 13 or 14 with them on mobile. I don't think I pulled off that build a single time. Every time it's just power focused.
The game is on mobile?
No, just Slay the Spire 1. Also, I think my game bugged. Good fucking bye. Okay, goodbye. Let's see. Did you get to do anything fun at GDC?
I got to talk to my favorite game developer, Miyazaki.
That's good.
Through his translator.
Through his translator? Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, Miyazaki from, not Dark Souls, but Cyber Connect 2, which makes the Naruto games, And I know I have to say that every time. There's 3, by the way, right? You can technically be talking about like 3 or 4. Miyazaki's, bro. If your name's Miyazaki, you get into a director position. You're just fucking.
You're in the lineage by default. Yes.
But the funniest part was, I think I told him like, hey, there's a design decision in one of the Fuga Melodies of Steel games.
Yeah.
And I said, it's one of the best, smartest game decisions I've ever seen. Whoever that person is, they are a genius, and I consider them my rival. And then his translator told him what I said, and he laughed, and he said, ha ha ha, that was our president.
Shit. Okay, here's the build, by the way. Also, Kami, I don't know if you know how this guy works. Based on the build, how do you think he works? If you didn't know his mechanics, just based on the build, what do you think he does? HP scaler, yeah, hits hard, yup, okay, but he has a very specific gimmick, and it has to do with his stat lines. I want to see if you guys who don't play the game but are really good at games in general and really good with numbers can figure out what his gimmick is. He has a very specific gimmick. Do you know his gimmick, by the way, Divine?
Yeah, he's a Republican.
Bro, I was drinking. You can't do that to me, man. My keyboard. Kami's right there. I almost spat all over it.
He's a Republican. He just says no. Other people try to do shit. They get shit done. They're trying to pass some legislation in Congress, and he just says no.
Okay.
He denies other people their identity. He's actually
he sure does that. I mean, he's a great Republican. I'll tell you what. He has my vote in the upcoming primaries. But no. So the answer I was looking for here is he doubles his stats because I have him built at 50 crit and 175 crit damage, which is for both skills exactly half of the cap. Yeah, it is when he gets to go, he doubles all his stats. Because both crit and crit damage has a cap, right? It's 100 and 350, so you built 50 and 175. Yeah, you almost got me to spit all over my keyboard for that one. I'm not gonna lie.
We'll get him one day. We'll get him one day. It's only a shame that he wasn't on camera for it. I'll get him one day, chat. Don't worry, chat. Remember, okay. Real quick, before Valky realizes, it's just me and you. Just look at me, chat. Just look at me, chat. We can bully the shit out of Valky. All right, October this year, we'll make him play Silent Hill 2. We'll make him play Resident Evil 7. We'll make him play. I'll put together a list, chat. You know, we'll be banging. Lone Survivor. He'll never be ready for that one. Come on, chat.
Okay, I think I just queued 2 fights back to back where my opponent doesn't connect. Like, is this?
I think it's telling you. Actually, I'm on Steam, and the Resident Evil games are on sale, so we can buy them for you right now. Actually, and just pivot the stream.
Okay, well, I have 7 months to prepare and come up with a medical condition that would prevent me from streaming for about all of 2 weeks. So I think I got this one in the bag.
I want to let you guys know. Valky came to me and he said, "Outlast is truly a scary game. It's the scariest game I've ever played." That is like your white friend coming up to you and saying, "Oh boy, they really know how to make the chicken spicy on this Pizza Hut pizza."
What if your white friend goes to you and he goes, "Oh man, I've never heard a man rap like Eminem"?
Listen, once again, I don't talk bad about other streamers, especially while they're currently streaming. You could not make me do it. I respect people. I respect others. The only people I don't respect are the people who gas up, honest to God. Nope, not doing it.
Not doing it. Yeah, man. That boy, Eminem, he be spitting them bars. Yes, sir.
Casper the Friendly Ghost is entitled to his opinions, just like everybody else.
Look, man, I don't play horror games. My family has a history of heart conditions, okay? Like, I live alone, so if I die, like, my family ain't even gonna find out, like...
Motherfucker, first of all, you're streaming. You don't live alone. You can't say I'm living... You can't use the live alone experience while you're streaming to hundreds of people. And me, who has your number and knows where you live and will call 911 immediately. Done. Second of all, you wanted this because all of Resident Evil, you're like, "Oh, I can't stream. My parents are here. They don't want to hear me fucking lose it like a fucking animal. And I'm like, great, we'll do it during Halloween when they're not there.
Okay, this is kind of crazy. I didn't think this was possible, but I guess if you ban Briar and I can't cleave you, and if you ban Nurse and I can't Ross you, like, yeah, this is a pretty strong play right there. Shit. What do I actually do? Ross.
There's no mercy.
Wow. Actually don't know what to take for once. Cool. Isn't your brother there with you? He visits me on, like, weekends to stay with me, but no. For the most parts, he's, oh my god.
For the most parts, he's slamming it back G-style with the bitches on it.
This looks like a draft where, like, you kind of ban the Notos and you like, don't, like, you know what I mean? Like, this is a draft where you ban the Notos, because if... I'm thinking about it from, like, a perspective where I let the content through, and I'm like, I don't know if I can win this. But if I look at it from the perspective of, like, I'm just gonna fucking kill this guy, I'm banning the Notos, right? Like, this isn't that bad.
Yeah, this is definitely a protect the princess draft if I've ever seen one.
1, 2, 3. The problem is, I need a way to deal with the Ruel, like, way better. Renok, and I have this.
Valk, has anyone ever talked to you about playing Corpse Party?
I think so, yeah.
And then they recommended this brother Outlast.
That's like, no, I got recommended Corpse Party back in, like, high school. And I read the manga instead. I was like, this shit sucks.
Damn.
I don't know if it was like the some went majorly wrong between going from the game and the manga. Bro, the manga was fucking, it was shitty.
The whole point of Corpse Party is the voice acting.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
it's mostly just body gore. Okay.
It's body gore, but it also has like top tier voice actors for it. Like,
I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
Because that's the best part. Yeah.
Yeah, like, what is this guy trying to do? Is he just trying to get me to ban the Notos? Is he trying to prove how fast I'm willing to ban Notos? Like, what's going on here, boss? Let me know, man.
I'll destroy.
Send me a notarized letter.
It's like he's just begging me to ban the Noto so he dies. Call me MD. What does the fucking MD stand for? Mediocre drafts, bro? Like, what the fuck are we doing out here? We're gonna design everything to play around first pick Notos and then pick the 4 shittiest support units ever. Like, what the fuck? Okay, that was kind of mean. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Bro, a lot of times I'm trying to come up with these jokes on the spot live, but I'm such a big dickhead. It just comes out a little bit too mean, Divine. What do I do? You're a good content-brained individual. Help, look, give me a good medical diagnosis for this. Like, I definitely did not mean that. I'm just a natural dickhead.
You just pulled away from the person. You're just sitting here like, we've got a draft here that is of supreme quality. I'm actually signifying it, ratifying it. I'm pushing it through the House, through the Senate. We're going to get this in front of the president because we've got some amazing picks here as the draft clock kicks on down, ladies and gentlemen. 22 seconds on the board. Plenty of time, unless you're running the government. Speaking of which, we've got Notos, also as we call him here, the government shutdown. Why? Because this guy doubles the budget in just a couple seconds, like your favorite president. Absolutely blowing economic resources out of the water. Speaking of economic resources, we've got DN with brown hair, literally broke up some of the fanboys. You know Rigby's having a field day with it. And speaking of which, you can't have your emo party girl without your dressed in white here for the right, here for the alt-right. That's right, we've got Genesis Ross streaming it up for your boys. Draft turns up to the right. You've got Renok. You've seen her like 50 times. I'm not going to describe this fucking unit to you. Followed up by Veronica for the speed imprint, pressing up a little bit of the danger on the game. Turned back onto left side as we've got the picks with the boss Arunca. You've seen her 55 times. I'm not explaining this fucking Unity either. Followed up by the new Iceria, shutting down some of the counterattack and some of the out-of-turn options in the draft so far. And that's really important. You see a lot of people getting value in the game right now, out of value instead, by getting those counters, getting those out-of-turn options, getting those interrupts. So shutting those down is a smart play from left side on the draft, finally fixing it up on right side with Flagbearer Cigarette. As we just said, shutting down those options. Nobody does it quite like Mort. Notice gets banned out immediately, and Hua Young comes in to join in all the other Goths at the IHOP on left side. We'll see how this draft wraps out as we get into the game.
I gotta say, I gotta hand it to you, dude. Your pacing's getting, like, the longer you don't play Epic 7, I notice your pacing with like, yapping in the draft is just getting better over time. It's actually quite impressive.
The longer I stay away from this fucking game, the better I get. No, you just gotta sneak breath. You sneak breath. There's at some point where you just learn to, like, sneak breaths in.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm playing this game. This guy had a pretty good 4-5.
Yeah. I saw. I wasn't gonna fucking say. That's the other thing. It's like sometimes it's just like, ooh, that motherfucker cooking, but I can't say that. You know?
Where's my divine vessel actually? Like, hello?
I'm right here.
Oh man, like the fucking Hua Young passive, man. Hello? Where's my kick? Hello?
Kick. All right, now we got Mort holding it down for all the furries. Foot fetish artist online. Get ready for the big stomp, ladies and gentlemen. We know you love it. Your parents are disappointed in you. And the damage comes out with the Divine Vessel. First, one kick, one crack into the enemy team. Let's see where it lands. Into the Mort. Oh, well, that did the best it could.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too good here. This guy did come up with a pretty good draft.
Resistance pops up, but the dual attacks do come through. That's one, that's two, that's three, and that's death on the left side. One girl possibly stricken with fear. One little girl who does not fear fear at all, but can she truly hold her own through the onslaught coming on in? We'll see here in just a couple of seconds. Tap from Veronica, pushing up that swift Flagbearer Secret again, and you're going to keep constantly seeing this. The S2, the S3, thanks to that Goblet of Oak, she's got plenty of support, and it keeps on coming. I don't know how much more Valkyrie's going to be able to handle, but he's got to hold on if he wants to win this. Pilfer stealing those stats and sending her all the way back of the bus. Yes, this thing you got Pilfer, that was fun.
No, he just landed, he landed all the pushbacks. No, I just thought the Divine Vessel was gonna come out off of the, Renox, so we had a lot more to play with.
Yeah. Is that Pippa? Peepa? The rock one?
What do you mean the rock one?
The VTuber that he had his card off of? I'm old.
No, man, that's Abyssal Euphine, I'm pretty sure.
Was it? Okay.
I'm pretty sure the card was just Abyssal Euphine. You know Abyssal Euphine, traumatized, jumps off the wall, and then pushes the whole team back. Yeah, we love Abyssal Euphine. There was a whole meta where she was a main character. Come on, you remember her.
I know, Abyssal Euphine. I didn't look like her. It looked a little bit too happy. Just like we're happy to see... Alright, here's my nickname for this guy. I've decided. Senate Majority Leader Nodos on the left side of the draft here. Say hello, ladies and gentlemen. He's leading it up hard with the parliament and making the party loud and clear. And, you know, we've got some lovely party goers. Genesis Ross, our regal heir. And, of course, being followed up by tonight's entertainment. See Phantom Politics. The dancing will be beautiful. It might just be the last thing you ever see. Left side's got some hard decisions to make, but there's also never been easier to lock in Boss Arunca. I don't even think you think with this character. You guys remember like 3 years ago where motherfuckers would slam A-Robbie because they're like, I don't know, fucking A-Robbie goes at everything. That's Boss Arunca. Just put it in the square hole. Where does this draft? In the square hole. In the square hole. Speaking of square, not used to square dancing, used to a much more beautiful bridal bouquet. That's right, the Iceria coming out in the third pick band protection slot. Let me tell you why I like this actually here. Very aggressive early pick, getting out the defense breaks, but also shutting down a lot of the options he might like going into, as well as the revive on the Ross. Really think it's a smart play here on third pick. Speaking of which, third pick opts on right side for the A Tywin. He's been getting a lot of play recently, followed up by the MLDN, and finally the big bad himself, Strays, up on left side, ready to smash, cleave, and decimate the right side, especially if they don't prepare for the fall of humanity. And finally, a little bit of a speed imprint, a little bit of a follow-up, some more damage, and everybody's favorite twink, Vildred, joins on left side, ladies and gentlemen.
Bro, we are really muddying the definition of the word twink, man.
He's definitely a twink, too. Nobody is going to argue with this. Everyone in chat is going to back me up. Vildred is 100% also twinked out of his mind.
Okay, so by extension, if Rylot is a twink, Vildred is a twink, then anything up to Pavel, Commander Pavel, Rand, that entire pipeline, they're all
Rand's
twinks.
not a twink. Rand's not a twink. Rand's not a twink. Rand's not a twink.
What's the fucking difference?
Have you seen his chest?
Huh?
We're gonna have a long talk after chat. We're gonna have a long talk.
We really fucking are. I'll tell you what. Do I care about the DN here? Like, what the fuck do I ban? Do any of these do anything?
Which DN, motherfucker? Which DN?
Oh my god, like, can I play the fucking video game, man? Oh my god, like, they banned the Notos? Are you fucking kidding me?
I don't know if we got it yet. Tywin is definitely not a twink, and neither is Strays. Ross is borderline twink. I don't know. Ross normally, like normal Ross is twink. Definitely, 100%. Like base Ross, when he's just sitting there looking hopeful, he's so twink, he's actually probably closer to fucking Shota again. That's another thing. Look, splashes on the debuffs. None of the critical things he needs, but ladies and gentlemen, who needs debuffs when you got a much bigger D? That's right, damage. Cleaving through the enemy team. Pop goes the Weasel. Another follow-up puts them just on death's door. 2 remain, and I can't say the same because it might just be 1 in a second. Genesis Ross stands alone, looking at his former friend, his best ally, and he might be setting him on a one-way trip back to where he longs. Have fun with E6. Time to head back to E7, Ross, and it's a clean sweep. 5 seconds in, 5 seconds out. A classic Rick and Morty adventure as this thing wraps up just like that.
Dude, you really came back from GDC. Lock the fuck in. What is going on?
Because you're gonna commentate with Vic later today, and I need to remind people who the god is of this thing. Before people see you and Vic, I need people to remember I could have done this shit on my own.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Like, dude, I'm still thinking about this. Like, we really did an entire competition to not get put in E7 WC. That shit goes crazy.
I'm not even mad, bro. But if I'm gonna have the skill, I may as well use it when I can.
Okay, you got first. Okay, I was gonna say, like, he bans Belly. You think he's going first pick DN or Notos? That means we are going Notos.
Senate is in session with Senate Majority Leader Notos leading the charge on left side draft. He's going to be joined by his primary running mate here in a second, but of course, DN is locked in on the right side right there. Very strong first pick, a mage with a plethora of options. Some would say even getting some of those freed up due to the amount of books this game is flooding into the marketplace right now. Seeing a little bit of a dip, a little bit of a crash. Hopefully we can see the same thing with AI pretty soon, but I won't put my political opinions into this discussion, just like Zio would. He is a young youster. He's on X talking shit every day of the week. That's how he is with the youngsters, putting out their political opinions and getting the thumbs up from X leader himself. That's right. As the more radical it is, the more approval we are getting, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're looking up to a prime twink on right side. Don't even know who that is. Fuck it, Arya's brother. Who cares anyway? To follow up to some real gosh darn units that real men play. That's right.
Fortune is on our side.
Oh no, never mind. I take it all back. I take it all back right now. Not a real man unit, but the DN does come through, followed by the third pick, Crescent Moon Bologna. Why? I don't know, but it's definitely going to get punished, and it immediately gets pressed onto by a top model Lulika. She's here to go fast, she's here to blast, and she's here to take people back to the past, Samurai Jack style. Speaking of Samurai Jack, I think that might have been a Season 4 villain, Zeno, right there, controlling one of the portals Jack was trying to jump through in order to get back to that sweet putang he left in the other dimension. We'll find out a little bit more how that adventure rolls out as A. Ravi comes out, flashed a little bit on the right screen. Not a lot of people know A. Ravi actually standing for Armpits Ravi. Got them out loud and proud, but instead we're going back to the Goth IHOP to draft your ex-girlfriend one more time into the party with the Divine Vessel loaded up and ready to put down some pain and punishment.
Dude, I thought I was really hitting you with that swerve when I pulled out the Xeno. I'm like so impressed you managed to not only, you know, not drop the beat, but still keep up and stick with the gag. Like, I'm actually so stunned. Not only did you hit the pivot, you pivoted and kept your team comp intact. That's actually crazy to me, man.
Crazy. Getting the last pick, Bossarunka. This is basically like you going out to play dodgeball, and somehow the 6-foot Giga, can't say that word on Twitch, gets picked out last, and it's Arnold Schwarzenegger fucking creaming the 5-year-olds and smashing their face in with a rubber ball that weighs 5 pounds. Speaking on which of a 5-pound rubber, some of you are going to need it to hold back the juice and the splash from Sez coming out. It's a Waters Day with this boy. I mean, look at that twink, look at that bod, and he's going in happy. Cease and desist. I'm being put into the police uniform. Ice has found my location, but we're going to keep this nice, even if Ice is at the door, because we've got to finish and put down the punishment. Holy Decree comes out from Zio. Let's see what he's got there. Rebuttal, immediate counterattack, puts him and pops him at about half health. A little bit dangerous, but speaking of dangerous, there is a deadly concoction coming up. Mirror the Lotus Ring procking right there. I don't know what it does, but I can tell you what this is going to do. Damage. It's going to kill, and let's see if it exterminates. Immediate death right there. Vi kick, Vessel lands, it's another extinction, and let's get some summer photographs for everybody. As Spez fights back, he won't be going down that easy. He's a little bit of a die-hard agent himself as he's procced and ready to finish off with his S3. And I'm going to tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, say goodbye to Hua, sending her right back to that IHOP or wherever she came from as the siren song closes in. One tap of health on both of these lovely ladies. Let's see how much she can bite back with. Might want to burn and get that S1 for the increased damage and healing she can get, but no, she's gonna go for the S3, heal up what she can, and put up the vigor buff on the rest of her team as a result from the kill there. Oh, but Spez doesn't die. Says doesn't die. Did they buff him? I don't know. What I do know is that the dogs are out and there's only one left onto the field. No opportunity to use all these souls that we built up. So it's going to be up to top model Lulika to sneeze victory right here. Is this enough? It's 1. Let's see if the second does it. And it's 2. It's good. And that is game.
Dude, you are really not missing a single beat. Dude,
bro,
you know what Xeno was even here for?
No clue, bro.
Dude, I can't believe the game played out in the perfect way where you had no idea what was going on, but like you basically commentated it perfectly as far as like the average viewer is fucking concerned. No, there were 2 critical interactions. Top model Lulika extincts now, so that prevents Ruel's revive. Xeno is technically supposed to stop Bologna, because Bologna's an evasion character, and Xeno stops evasion, but then Xeno got sniped, so that shit didn't matter anymore. Like, it played out in such a perfect way where it's like, if you just knew the character as they were a year ago, like, they're still gonna get it done. It's fucking crazy. What happened to Bologna? She got a full rework. But yeah, good to see you're still fucking on top of it.
I'm already prepared.
All right, I mean we okay. I'm gonna try to lock it in, so I'm in there with you. Holy fuck!
I will never be just a memory. Eid Mubarak. Eid Mubarak.
Is it a part of the celebration to say Eid Mubarak? By the way, every like fucking 5 minutes. Is that how it goes?
I have no clue. I have no clue. I celebrate Islam as far as I can understand it, but my dad died so young, he didn't actually have a chance to teach me anything.
God damn it, man. I was hoping you know, because we have a rule against spamming. Like, don't spam the same thing in chat. Like, I saw that 5 minutes ago, I saw it now, but if it's a part of the celebration, keep that shit pinned, yes. I guess.
We're gonna keep it pinned. Ahmed says yes, that's good enough for me, brother.
Shit,
Inshallah,
bro.
We'll find out.
Inshallah, we'll find out. Oh my fucking
Notice
God.
immediately locked in on right side. That's right, Senator Majority Leader is putting this match into session, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of which, we gotta head to class, because if you've seen the nurse, ooh, I'm feeling a bit of a fever. And speaking of which, that fever has got me running hot with the cool beauty himself, Genesis Ross. Look at that guy. Is that a crystal for a heart?
It might just be. One big thing is, no matter what his heart's made out of, that nurse is going to resuscitate him from the dead. Opponent here looking to speed up, and that's one thing you always got to look out for anytime you are picking this Noto's character. Yes, he's very strong, but what happens? Well, anytime he is in the game, if he gets to go, well, the game is effectively over. So, looking to lock down his opponents with not only the flag Sigrid, but the Setsuka as well, the double evasion. Oh, fuck. I thought I was going to be able to bridge into a better phrase there, but Valky now needs to think of a stronger, faster, better, powerfuler combo in order to chomp down his opponent and not get sent home.
Yes, the red flags are up, ladies and gentlemen, so turn your phones off and shut down those dating apps. That's right, Flag Bearer Sigrid is on board here today, along with her other favorite Red Thief, Setsuka, as we talked about earlier, which is going to draw a response from the Renak. And interestingly enough, two green beauties coming out in opposition to the red. You like to see the play, but a good unit is a good unit any day of the week. And Saria, I'm sorry to say, just does the job. What is the job? I have no clue, but we're going to find out together in a couple moments here once we get two more picks up on right side.
Saria, very important for this job, by the way, needs to be able to punch right through those evasion characters. Right side is looking for an answer, cycling through a couple of solutions here through these ranger options. Lionheart Sirmia also being considered at the moment. There's not a whole lot of ways for you to get around all of these pesky damage dealers. And if this damage goes through, you don't get off your Notos, well, you're in for a world of pain. Boss Arunka, huh? How original.
As they say, ladies and gentlemen, no match of E7 is complete without at least 3 to 4 light knights, and they come out on the red carpet rolling and ready to cause some trouble. Is one of them getting banned? Maybe. That might just be the plan. But for now, left side needs to figure it out as Lionheart Sirmia backs up with all her regal readiness to give this team a fighting chance. Bans are going to come out here in a second, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we're rip-roaring, raring to get into this match. Both players respecting that bottom 5th pick as we get into the match and see who's really won, both in the mind before we get to time.
Breaking into the match, Renok, unsurprisingly, is going to be able to go first. Does get the initiative on the match, however, looking very closely, that Flag Bearer Sigrid is threatening close action, and wow, look at that! Lethal Whispers proc on the Setsuka, being able to drop in so much damage. The Renok almost taken out completely. If not for that Pilfer, surely would have been in a lot of trouble, but S3 goes off. The bomb is going off, splash damage, not going to be able to drop right side over there. Saria does hit the quick follow-up. This is going to need to do a lot of work, because if it isn't, Valky on the left side is in a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah, you know how Smilegate loves their balanced unit. Saria immediately hitting out with the S3, getting invincibility up on the team with the attack buff, and doing a bunch of damage. Why? I can't figure out. I thought she was a Soul Weaver. Or a Ranger? Whatever. Who cares? As we get back into the action, pushing up that Ross with the Supernatural. You know what? Notice might be able to hit 60k HP, but he's not the only one, as Ross puts down the Holy Decree. It's a miss, but it's more than enough. It does the damage and steals the show, as Notos has to go, because this is not going to work unless he does this as a one-man job right here.
Ooh, and Nodos does heal himself back to full with double the HP, so going to be a very tough target to chew down. Valky's team working on him one turn at a time, as much as he would want to use his kit, including this raw soul burn. He's going to have to do this one step at a time. Notos does get 3 real good turn here in his domain. First hit goes through, you're going after the naughty nurse herself, don't want any revive shenanigans, looks down on his opponent, 45,000, that is going to go down. And oh man, Renak does get the soul burn right here. We're really putting in the whole combo. And once again, pushes the Nodos right back, pilfering some stats in the meantime. Maybe this is the difference he needs. And if not, this is going to have to do it. Sorry, it does get the hit off. And look at that, a measly 3,000 damage. This is looking like it's not it.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate thing about the Nodos situation. He is forced to use that new set, which does indeed give him the access to the turns necessary to activate this S3 from the beginning of battle, but it means he can't be countering, he can't be doing any of that other stuff. He needs to sit here as a brick wall and hope that he can hold on long enough. 3 turns, as we said, 1 more to go. If Valky can hold on for at least this much, he should be able to snatch the victory. The question is, who is Nodos going to target, and who are the odds going to be faring against? He goes after the Renak here, ending his turn by taking this poor little girl out. I don't know if she deserved that. As we come back out of the dimension and into reality, the collapse happens. He went from double the HP, and now it's being folded into half right before his eyes as the big sword comes down from the big man himself.
I'm not gonna lie, this guy threw the match hard. Not sure why he decided to go for the Renak there instead, or skip the Renak and instead go for the Saria, but now he needs to be able to find his footing, because if not, Genesis Ross is going to be able to close out the match right here. Taking a quick look at the cooldown, still 2 turns before the next ultimate. A quick GG comes out, and just because you have Thanos doesn't mean you'll still be able to beat the Avengers every time. Genesis Ross really coming back and taking Nodos' neck off. Dude, he threw that so fucking hard. I have no idea why he clicked this Aria right there. That was...
I was 100% certain. I was like, that's not what you should be doing.
Yeah, like, he clicks the Aria. I'm like, So you're just gonna take a 1v2 between Renak and Ross, huh? It should have been Yolha followed by Renak, then Ross? Yeah, because, I mean, it's all on basically this turn. You have to trust your S1 kills. If it doesn't kill, you lose anyway. Yeah, that's it, right? Like, normally Renak hides in stealth for half of her off turns. Like, here she can't hide. So he just needed to tap and trust. Yeah, your 3 clicks are Yolha followed by Renak on the S1 and then Ross on your second S2. Anything else was a straight misplay there. For a moment, I thought he knew something. No, I just thought he was misplaying. Are you saying, Divine?
No, it's just the classic thing, right? Some people play so safe that they play wrong, because they don't understand that when you're behind, you need to take a risk.
Yeah, you have to go for your win, right? His win condition was Notos kills the 3 character that can solo him, and then Saria kind of sits there and holds the bag.
It's just the basics of, like, economics, right? Like, if you are poor as shit, there's no way you make $1 million without incurring some kind of risk, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody goes from broke to a millionaire in a way where they're like, and it was easy, I just followed these. That's why every course that promises to teach you how to make money is bullshit.
I mean, the real course on teaching you how to make money should just be start your own course. Alright, anyway, somebody was asking to see stats. I'll leave it up here. If you guys want to see anything else, let me know. I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be right back.
Am I supposed to be saying something? Well, leaves me in these positions. I'm like, I don't know what to say. I'm just a guy. I'm doing okay. I have a lot of work to be doing, so I will be doing it after. I'll be doing it after here. Because Vic is going to come on later, and Valka's going to do his tournament or whatever with him. So I'm going to leave them to go do some more work. This is the big year. This is the life-changing year where if I win big, and if I don't, it means I'm biding my time till next year. But this is the first of those opportunities I get to do. Make Valky play Dark Souls. He plays a lot of Dark Souls already. We need to get him on the games he's not going to play, like games that require like emotional intelligence or scary. The rest of this shit is not happening.
Alright, I'm back. Alright,
Is it time?
oh shit, is it time? That's right, Ross did say, is it time? Well, I'm checking a DM real quick. Someone on YouTube wanted to see Mort? Oh, shit. Here you go. I think I just swapped my Mort to, like, fake gear. Yeah, there you go. That's Mort. If I had a better HP neck, I think I'd rather run that, but, whatever. That's all I got.
Never see you coming. Hey, Valk,
Yo, what's up?
in a couple months, are you down to revive the old influencer chat that they said they were going to delete, but they never did by just talking randomly on the year anniversary of when they said they were going to delete it soon?
I was gonna ask if you wanted to revive it right now, but you know what? That works. Yeah, that's the old content creator program. Can I see Tori? Yeah, I got you. Yeah, let me know what else, guys. More is a must-have. That's like saying oxygen is must-have for being a human, you know? Or like water is a must-have for... Is water a must-have for being a human? Like, yeah, it's a must-have, but you get so many selectors for playing the game normally. In 5-star tickets, it's like, you don't really think about whether or not you have to go out of your way to get it. You know what I mean? Like, I suppose he is a must-have, because it's like... Yeah, because counterattacks are super fucking annoying if you just let them fly free. But, you know, if you start the game, like, any time near any event that they're giving you so much resource, like, you should be able to get more. Yeah, anything else, guys? Yeah, if that's it, dude, I'm gonna watch some Tip to Tip. Let's see. Oh, wait, okay, hold on. I think we got our rewards. I was wondering why we got our ping. Guild emblem decoration. Wow, guys, second place! Yay! Let's fucking get it! Oh, brug.
There I go.
Oh, second place. Fucking again, man. Like, wow, 1,000 Mystic medals. Second place, Woj. Pre-season season MVP, the Havoc Bringer. Overall MVP, Dual Edge, Stronghold Destroyer. I see. Defense Tower Destroyer. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. They give you, like, stats now. Season overall win rate, 75%. Oh man. Alright, let me go fuck with my defenses a little bit. Pretty sure we're doing this. We are doing very likely this. I think that's what we're gonna do for this. I think I just leave in a free run. Because Nurse plus this thing should be able to beat a Bellion, right? If it's a speed Bellion, anyhow. Alright. Oh, man. Second place Guild War. Woohoo!
Second place is the first loser. Oh, you see that Counter-Strike update?
I heard about it. Is that why Jello was unboxing shit again?
Oh no, everyone's fucking screwed now.
Oh no,
Their
what
muscle
happened?
memory is gonna kill them. Okay, so it's like a tactical game now where you don't reload the bullets perfectly. You just have mags.
Oh!
And when you reload, you dump the whole mag. Yeah.
Oh, so you're really encouraged to not reload. There's like realistic mag dumps now.
Yeah, you don't have 90 bullets. You have 3 mags.
Okay, gotcha. Is New Kid Aiden good in PvP and Guild War? The answer is sometimes.
I'm saying it's your turn, Valk. This is the era of people who are ready to pistol. Because every round is going to come down to somebody with a pistol.
Remember, chat, switching to your sidearm is faster than reloading your main weapons.
Yeah.
Okay, let me explain this to all the new players that are asking in chat, guys. So the way Epic 7 works is these characters up top are good everywhere, okay? These are the characters that when you're asking, is this character good? The answer is always yes, okay? And then starting from the second row, as you go down, okay? The answer is not always yes, it's sometimes. And as you go down the list, it doesn't mean the character is bad per se. It just means the amount of times where you would consider the character good gets less and less and less the further down you go. Okay? So, like, is New Kid Aiden good? You can literally just pinpoint her on the tier list, which is probably somewhere in this general range. I'm too fucking lazy to find, but like, and you'll realize, oh, she's sometimes good, and she's a lot less sometimes good compared to something like Arjun Wave's Hua Young or Dragon King Sharoon. And that goes for every single unit that people make content about ever. Who is the underrated unit? I don't think there's such a thing. Most people, I would say, have a pretty accurate read on the game.
I'm underrated.
Yeah, I would say Divine's pretty underrated. True. Oh, there we go. You have achieved second place in the Guild War tournament. Yay. Ah. 5 of my losses have been to E7 crashing. I think it was just a server hiccup earlier. I think I had 2 games where like my opponents just didn't connect at all. Like I died on one, my opponent died on one. That looks pretty normal to me. That's just what happens when any game gets a good server hiccup. I've been crashing all day. Might check your device then, because I only crashed for a little bit and then I'm back. Did TML move anywhere? No, I think she's exactly where she needs to be. We can look at this real quick, right? Let's see.
The way others view me doesn't change who I really am.
I want to put Notos on the list somewhere. I think Notos can go here. He's a pretty good candidate for this spot next to ML Luna. Top model. Where was top model before? She's here? Oh. I think you can bring her like up here.
Real quick, Val, who
What's up?
is that in between Eternal Wanderer Ludwig and Flan? And
Which of the
Flan?
Mir Tenebria?
Yeah, I'm cooked, bro. I don't know anything about. There's so many pink-haired girls in this game.
Yeah, there are.
It's crazy how it's just like, and pink is such a shade that is like so close to what they do. Pink in a way that's so close to white, right? Like the darkest pink is Luluka.
The darkest pink is Luca. Yeah, it is. And then you got Flag Sig. I mean, honestly, if you think about it, Ludwig's hair's pink too. Like,
Yeah,
you're really
Cotton
not
candy
fucking
ass
immune to
motherfuckers.
this.
Cotton candy.
Bossarunka is also fucking pink. Yeah. Unless see scale animation. Yeah, so how you do that is you can just go here in journal. You could pick any unit you want, and then you click preview skills. You're welcome. Wow. Good take, Valk. Really clutching it out when the people needs you.
Hey, it's the holy month. Stop being mean.
Wait, how was I being mean? Guy asked a question, I delivered.
What are you, the pizza guy?
Yeah, I'm the pizza man. I'm super paper pizza man. I give people exactly what they need when they need it.
Don't you sully my alter. You sully my alter ego.
Let's see.
I can't believe I got away with just commenting on a Tristan Wolf video. Just please fuck my wife.
Jesus Christ. Do I change anything from here? I think I'm good. I don't think I need to change anything. Everything here looks like they're exactly where they need to be.
Alright. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna put some pants on and get something to drink.
Alright, sounds good. Alright, I guess when he comes back, we'll go watch Tip to Tip 2. You guys have any build or tier list questions? The one you get after 10 friendship? Go watch it on YouTube. I'm sure it's there. Have fun with it. It's a cool animation. I don't understand how to build a team around Notos. The easiest way I can explain it to you
Trust me.
is that you first pick him because he's just good. And as you play him, right? So what is he weakened to, right? So let's agree on this, right? Okay, actually, let me find one where he actually doesn't get fucking banned. Not you. Not you. Okay, they're just banning Notos and dying. Okay. So you pick him, and you turn the game, right? You morph the game into this mini game where he has to click S3. And after he clicks S3, you basically win, because there's no way to beat a guy with fucking 60,000 HP and 3,000 defense, right? Nobody thinks he's beatable in the fucking domain. Right? We can all establish that. So, if that's the case, what stops him, right? You can either CC him or kill him with a lot of damage, right? Yep, that makes a lot of sense. So then you have to play one of two games, right? Which is, well, can you cleave them? Because if you cleave them, that's basically the equivalent of removing damage off of their board. And if you can't cleave them, then the question becomes, how the fuck do I keep them alive? In which case, you know, you just draft a bunch of other bullshit that could kill them. Or you draft something that could stop them from being stunned. And that's it. I was testing him in Arena and I lost 6 times, so I'm doing something wrong. In RTA, he's a lot harder to play. If you're playing Arena, he should literally just be Thanos. If you're playing him in Guild War, he's literally just Thanos. Anything else, you're doing something wrong. Like, anything you see on a defense team is basically Thanos. It's simple as that. How can you tell if a unit is good for a playstyle? You think about the playstyle's win condition and matchups, and how much does the unit's identity fit into their... How much does a unit's identity fit into their playstyle and matchup? That's it. Right? Basically, okay. So what I'm saying is, in RTA, if you're playing him, right, you always play slightly faster than your opponent. Right? If they go Red Sig, then you can go Top Model, you can go Briar Cleave, you can go Renot Cleave. What the fuck is it? My god. Dude, the match quality today are so sus. Right? You always stay one step ahead of your opponent if you're playing Notos. And then if they play Zeo against you, you just do full tank down. You completely slow down. What other units complement Tourney? Any good knight. And Argent Waves. Any non-attacking opener. Alright, let's see it, Tristan. I should have a couple of flags to burn for today. Okay, let's do that. That sounds good. In Arena, try Ruel, Harsetti, Notos, and Genesis Ross. I've been doing something a little bit more different, because I noticed it was faster, but yeah, let's go with that, right? And then we just hit our QB. Oh, would you look at that? Noto solos, right? Everything else takes care of business everywhere else, and Notos gets the job done. Woj. Pretty sure this works versus, like, literally everything. Yeah, your entire game plan should be revolved around you getting him to click the S3, and once you click the S3, he's guaranteed to kill 2 units. I fucking died. I guess the sets get popped off. Whoops. Aw, man. What if instead of Ruel, we just took this? Because that goes, right? What if we just did this? Can I strace him? Yeah, I mean, if he's not with an Empyrean, sure. Go for it. Yeah, you just, like, replace one thing, that wins. It's less the Seska, the more the Ilanav. I could see it. I could see it. I wonder if there's a way to cheese this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, let me get the actual good Ilanov in. I'm sure this'll work. I'm sure this is fine. Yeah, you guys see how, like, literally it doesn't matter. In Arena, you just quick battle him. Like, he's literally fucking Thanos, man. Like, Epic 7 is so fucking easy. You're literally playing with Thanos. 1, 2, 3, 4. What do I put here? Fucking Tetsu is such a troll, dude. Alright, let's put Ruel back in. Wow, there you go. He just wins. So when is the Teach Us How to Build Noto stream? Like fucking yesterday? What do you mean? You were there, were you not? Puff Smoke 87876? You were there for yesterday's stream. I went from the ground up to teach you guys pixel by pixel, piece by piece of gear how to build Notos. What do you still need me to do? Moon, Saria, Hecate, Blue Hua. We can renac team, don't have Bride or slow renac. Yeah, I think like Notos can just quick battle too many things. As long as you put together a basic team around him, you don't need to try that hard. Yeah. Is Monarch or Aureus better for Empyrean? I mean, it depends on your build. If you go for a faster build, you probably want Monarch, because there's not really, like, a better artifact. But if you go for, like, a default main tank, like, you're not really playing a tank unless you're Aureus. I think they're expecting a 30-minute Dicio. Okay, I'm assuming you meant video there. I mean, it's yesterday's stream. You can just go find it in VODs. Like, click open the channel, click live, go to yesterday's stream. Instead of a 30-minute video, you get a 2-hour VOD of how to play him, how to build around him. Quick battle any Renock team? I think you could just quick battle pretty much anything you want. What's up, Tizzle? How's it going? Oh, so far so good. It's just a chill Friday, man. It's a chill Friday. We're gonna watch some tip to tip later, and then afterwards, I want to get some practice rounds casting in with Vic.
Friday.
What about how to beat him in RTA? That's also yesterday's stream. Like, you would naturally assume we do everything about the new characters yesterday. Right? Like, what do you need? I think Notos, it's a before and after for Arena, since it's or you build your team against Notos or you build it against everything else. Like, there's no like in between. I'm not sure I understand that statement, man. Yeah, like, this fucker's making his way into every single defense team now. That's just how it is. Anything with no Notos, well, die to something with Notos. Yeah, I'm not sure what you were expecting. Like, why did people call her Light Mercedes? Because she's the light version of Mercedes, the character. You might want to read the story for that before somebody hits you with a dang spoiler. Especially for episode 1. That's all my flags today. In between for a defense team, no anti-Notos or Standar. What do you mean by that? Like, what's the question? How do you build Notos? Is that the question? Is that actually just the question? Like 50 crit, 175 crit damage, as much HP and speed as you can get, whatever defense you can get is cool too. Like, I don't know, it's not that deep, right? Like that's literally all there is to it. You want to play PvP, you put on immunity. You want to play some for fun shit? Like, I don't fucking know, man. Put on Unity set. He doubles all his stats, which I'm assuming includes dual attack chance. Like, Like it's not that deep. If you play him for... The only thing I would do for differently is for Arena and Guild War defense. In those scenarios, the slower Notos win, so you just slow him down. Is there a way to build Arena defense? Arena defense for Notos mirror match is different than Arena defense for when you play against them without Notos. It's kind of hard to explain. Like, you pick one or the other. You can't win against both. The idea with Arena defense isn't you're trying to win against everything. It's you're trying to make people guess, and if they guess wrong, they'll lose for sure. If you're trying to get a 100% win rate on defense, you are playing Arena defense wrong. He's saying you build an Arena defense that stops Notos. You don't. You don't. You can't stop him, because if you play him correctly, you don't stop him. Like, if the defense is built correctly, they're gonna get to click the S3 off. The defense Notos will get it off. The offense, like, if you build correctly, he's also gonna get S3 off. In a mirror match, you aim to be slower. In a non-mirror match like RTA, you aim to be faster, right? All right, I think it's about time we watch Tip to Tip before I have to hop over for Vic. Wait a minute, that's my entire tab. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Oh, man, right here.
All right, there we go. Do you know anything about the series?
No. Well, you told me a little bit about Ludwig and going from place to place in the country. I think I saw some fucking... I don't know. I'm obviously, you don't care. Nobody cares about my opinions about YouTubers, but I don't like most YouTubers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because I feel like I'm old now, and most of them I'm like, eh. I've seen enough controversy over the years, but Ludwig is, I guess, okay. I don't know who he does it with. Who does he do it with?
Michael Reeves.
Who's Michael Reeves?
That's the crazy scientist invention that he made his girlfriend a plushy bear with laser for eyes. And then they fired it off trying to play literal laser tag around their house.
Alright, so that's a YouTuber. Alright.
That's
okay.
definitely a YouTuber. Okay, anyway, yeah, they do this thing where they learn the fucking language and then they spend 2 weeks traveling across the country on motorcycles. Also, what's up, mofo? So yeah, last year they did Japan. That was like one of my favorite things I've ever watched live. So I'm big hype for this one. I'm gonna make my ass smaller, and then yeah, whenever we're done here, we'll hit up Vic. Yeah, they also voted for the song, like, on stream.
Here in China,
it's made by their community.
specifically in Guangzhou.
They do some cool shit.
Guangzhou. Guangzhou. What? It's just different altogether? Ah, we're already lost then. Fuck it. We're waiting to get our license. Apparently, Michael's documents
they're playing
don't
No More
add up.
Heroes music.
Apparently, he's falsified
Oh, is
his
it?
birth date.
Yeah, this is No More Heroes song.
But no, they I don't know. We're getting fucked by bureaucracy. So we're starting the trip late. Like 3 hours late, which isn't great. So anyway, this is your little vlog on Ludwin, which will show you why episode 1 is dog shit, or why it came out a little later.
So I don't know if they have like a visual guide for
Anyway,
this. Maybe they don't have it for episode 0, but like they're starting from the southern tip of China to go up to like Mongolia.
Dude, I grabbed your jacket and I'm like reaching around to find my passport because I left it in my pocket, and then I
When are we gonna do
pull
it?
out just a cigarette.
When are we gonna do that?
Yeah, when are we
Like,
gonna
through a
tip to
drunken
tip
stupor,
China?
I have
Well, you gotta learn the
cigarettes.
language first, and then
Through
we
a
get.
jet lag.
I have to learn the language first.
Oh, you bought the Japanese
Yeah.
one?
Yeah.
Because I'm fluent.
devious.
Oh, I see.
I was like, just in case.
Yeah, you think you could
Crazy,
translate for
you're
the
in
video?
China, You
Okay.
don't even dabble in the Chinese cigarette.
Yo, you explain to me what this elevator says real quick, homie? You're fluent, right?
Yeah. Let me consult with
I'll just tell you,
Okay.
this is massage and foot bath. That's.
Excuse me.
I'm
the
sorry.
ambassador
You're
here.
you're the expert here. My bad. My fault.
Well, we did last time.
This is Ji Shao Shen Zhenha.
I was gonna
What?
say
It
they
says.
cigarettes. I don't know if that's true. I feel like they probably did.
It says
Maybe. I don't know.
Ji Shao Shen
Who invented
Zhenha.
cigarettes?
Can you sound less angry? It sounds like you're speaking with my family's northern dialect.
That's how we speak it over here. Ji Shao Shen Zhenha. That's-
What the fuck does that mean?
You built
It says,
things,
"Where is
you
the
know.
bathroom?"
The Native Americans,
That's
no?
what it says.
That's what I thought too, but I didn't know if that was right.
Wait, it didn't
I was
exist.
looking
You know
for it.
that is what you're supposed to learn first, like the first phrase in every language, but that's definitely not what that is.
Chinese, probably. They invented like everything and
We're gonna have
fireworks
an
and
amazing
stuff.
trip.
But no, that sign says foot bath and massage. That's where you get bitches in China.
Oh, okay.
Look at the fish.
It's a code word.
Ludwig made the perfect face when you said that.
Classic Chinese lunch.
Oh yeah. Also, if you go to a fancy place in China, you eat
Did they just make the noise?
with the what noise?
Yeah.
Did you not hear
When
them?
I killed it myself.
When they sat down, they went ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba.
啊，那个糖美拿来
He's trying
Is
to
this-
ask.
is this
2 minutes in the
classic-
video, the lady already hits us with the nigga.
I don't know, though.
帮他点。
There you go.
Yeah, it means that one, because they're talking about which fish they want.
Less hard for them to kill, less hassle. Damn, he's one. Jesus.
Oh my god.
Just, I want to eat him just to put him out of his misery.
What's going on?
That shit was good.
Quesadillas, eh?
Is that sweet? That might be sweet.
They're definitely at like a real fucking fancy place. It's when they have their own fish tanks and shit.
How about that? So how typical of an Asian meal is this in China? Or Chinese meal in China?
This is like the place you go with your family to like maybe 2 to 3 times a year to celebrate like a holiday or a new year or somebody's birthday.
I think it's like 80.
You're like slightly breaking the bank
But so is the
to dine here.
Okay, because honestly, menus with options this big feel real Chinese American, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, it's just Chinese, period. That's why the Chinese American places got them, because it's just very Chinese.
I want to order.
Okay.
I want to order this.
Who's this?
Juga.
What about that?
Don't say that.
What about that one, huh?
You never say that. Juga only.
Jigga only?
It was fun, but it's way more food.
Yeah, okay. Do you think they maintained that for the entire, like, 20 episode series where they say Jigga instead of Nega?
I think they do.
Because, okay, honestly, it's not even like, you know, the word that it's normally said. It's actually not good, right? But the issue is, it's a slang for not yiga. So you kind of slur it together. So you say nega. You see how that works?
You're ordering for 8. She's like, okay, now 3 more.
Yeah, so I don't think they can do it, bro. But Ludwig is like, you only Jigga. Okay, let's see.
She made Michael point at a duck.
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
You get your hot water?
No, so that.
Yeah.
And then it goes get
Oh, this is my spit cup. Okay. I was about to do
Is there anything you guys have that's any Ludwig exclusive info? Any Ludwig exclusive thoughts?
What do you say? What is Ludwig?
This is going on my second channel.
No,
called
you-
Ludwig.
Called Ludwig?
You don't know about his second channel?
I don't think I knew it was called Ludwig.
It's a pretty small channel. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen it.
I just think their Chinese is so scuffed compared to their Japanese that this is really fucked.
Hell yeah.
What is that?
Yuck.
This is gonna be a bad
You guys gotta get in
time.
on this.
Yeah, I'll get it
It'll
on
be a
that.
bad time in Shanghai.
I don't know if they'll ever go through Shanghai. I don't think they're staying coastal. They're going like into the very landlocked middle area of China.
Like 15 minutes ago, we saw him swimming around.
They might go nearby my hometown though, near like where the Shaolin Temple is at.
The red one, dude.
That's right. Your dad was a Shaolin monk. You were talking about that last time.
No, my dad wasn't a Shaolin monk. He was about to send me there for a good couple of years to cure my internet addiction. It was actually the modern purpose of the Shaolin Temple and monastery in the modern Chinese era is misbehaving teenagers get sent there to cure their internet addiction.
Okay.
What is that?
I don't know what it means yet. That is.
That guy looks thoroughly
Really
unimpressed.
cool, though.
It's a well-known Chinese proverb. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Fuck.
That is fire.
Damn, that
That's so
rips.
good.
So you bring up your thing.
I'm
and then
actually
I
a
go,
little impressed that they're actually learning the
read 10,000
proverbs, because
books is not
Chinese is a
as
very
bad as to walk
proverb-based
10,000
language. It's like an everyday
And then we
speech.
both bow and we walk away. We don't say another word to them. Then we turn around and
Hey,
go,
English
"King
too,
Wen."
bro. Do you know how many times I say
Zemzo.
somebody talks to me and I say idle hands are the devil's workshop?
No, I'm actually not familiar with how often you say that.
I say like 3 times a week.
That's crazy.
Y'all, we figured out how to pay for dinner. I had to pay using my Alipay, and it didn't work, and I called the manager over. But now it works. If you're curious how to hack into my phone, let me show you my passcode. I actually feel like Otto could figure some shit out. He could-
Dude, his hat says I'm lost.
What are you doing?
That's actually pretty goated. I don't know if this is gonna be like the hat he
Like,
wears through the
drivers?
series.
I'm about to say, is this
One's
merch?
driving, like the RV with the crew that films. The other one drives a car.
Bro, I think it might be. It really just says I
around
got lost.
to pick up the motorcycles when we're done. That is the whole purpose of the car, and he's following us the whole way, just for that. Because otherwise, we would have nowhere to put him and have to buy the whole motorcycle instead of renting them. Anyway, one of them taught me this phrase. Check it out. 见利之训是屋子下. Things look pretty good today.
Bro, me listening to him speak Chinese is about the same as me listening to you speak Chinese. They're so fucked for this series. Because
I think if he sounded, I think if he sounded a little more angry, it would get across better.
it might, bro. I mean, you'll swing into the dialect.
What's that?
Have you been to America? Anyway, we're
Dude,
off
he is
to,
not saying that right.
A government building which we cannot film. They made us read a rule sheet, which in the rule sheet said you cannot film. So we're gonna see if our licenses are ready. If
Yeah,
they
I don't know
are,
if you're familiar, because they do this series
leave here
without
in
like their phones and Google
maybe less
Translate
than
and
an
all the
hour, hopefully.
bullshit.
'Cause we'd
They have to
do
like
our
physically
tests,
learn everything
which I
and
think
write
is
shit
just
down.
Watching a video on how to drive
Which
a
was
car,
part of what makes it so
and
fucking
then
cool.
Also a eye test, eye exam. We'll see. Hopefully it works. If it doesn't, then tip to tip is delayed. Well, it's not delayed from your perspective. It's still on Friday. Cam's life is just worse.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. We have our intro shot, at least where we want to shoot our intro. Got here a bit late because we were at the DMV so long. And they stopped doing buses. The place we're trying to go is the top of a mountain with a really cool Buddha statue.
It's gonna look fucking awesome.
There's a lot of cool places like that in
It
Asia.
says it's a 2-mile walk uphill. They call it the 100-step journey.
Further though, the DMV was pretty cool.
DMV is lit.
sick. It's amazing how every culture has a fucking DMV.
Yeah, I'm just surprised they have like rules for foreigners to follow now.
Like 8 minutes, 7 minutes.
I wonder if
So you
they'll
can,
give
like,
me
do
an
it
English
around
printout when I fucking visit.
Suga.
No.
Suga Gongli.
Michael, what's your fastest mile?
My fastest mile, I don't know, 10 minutes?
We're there in 25 minimum.
Yeah, right?
Maximum, I mean.
Minimum.
That's. I do think it'll be 40.
Oh yeah, the sun's
Yeah, the sun sets.
What's up, Stat?
6:36. It's
I see you at the
5:38.
53. Welcome
So we don't
back,
really have
man.
the option to
It's a
go slower.
long ass time. Ahoy.
Yeah. Yeah, landslide ahead.
I think it's just increased.
Hope you've been good. We're watching episode 0 of Tip to
I
Tip
see it go
2.
all the way up.
It's probably just a it's a short shoots a lot of.
要到门个呀，也就是半个小时吧，半个小时。从这儿到门肯定就是半个小时就可以了。这是哪国的朋友啊？
这是美国的朋友。
美国朋友啊。
Damn, what a nice old man. He calls him his friend.
这是你这鼻子很尖。
我们是怪人。
啊？
怪人。
他是白
坏人。
他是白人。
他是白人。
你看他这鼻子长，他的鼻子和你这长。
He points at Ludwig. He's like, his nose is very big. That means he's a foreigner. This one, maybe half foreigner. His nose is not as long.
I think so we can't grow facial hair.
you saying like you have good?
Yeah, old Chinese people love talking about your facial features. I like your earlobe. It's very auspicious, going to bring me good luck.
这是梅花还是啊？
That's a dragon.
这是什么意思？
That's a girl.
啊
Dragon.
That's a girl.
他纹这身是什么意思啊？
他就喜欢龙。
哦，花了多少钱？在美国纹的吧
How much money?
Oh, 4,000 American times by 7 for RMB.
对，
So 21,000 RMB. Yeah.
28000。
啊？
28000。
哦，画这个叫28000呀！哎呀，比一张画都值钱，比一张画都值钱，
More expensive than a painting.
不需要28000。
Yeah, if you do it here, 5,000 RMB, you get it done.
Boom. Really?
And better.
And better.
意大利，
意大利。
Italy.
You're Italian.
意大利有唱歌。
Dude, like now they have a translator, but like what happens when they get underway and there's no translator?
意大利
That's racist. Okay, that's worse.
Is it though? Is it though? Than the Mario and Luigi song?
Yes, it's 20 to 30.
It's not a
Like,
Mario
just get-
Luigi song. That's a Spider-Man 2 song.
It's a Spider-Man 2
你
song?
们青年人
Yes, from the Spider-Man game. There's a mission where you have to deliver pizza.
我是延安的，
That's where that
欢迎
song
他
comes
到
from.
延安去。
哦
延安，
好，谢谢杨安的爷爷。
哎，你跟他说，欢迎他到延安，你给他翻译
You
翻译。
guys are welcome at Yang'an anytime.
Bro, they have no clue where that is, man.
Yang'an is a place where Mao used to live.
Fei Chongbang.
Oh,
Mao Zedong.
No, I've heard of him.
Mao Zedong?
Mao Zedong.
Fei Chongbang.
Yo, I was taking it. I'm actually related to him. I was taking an ancestry test.
Oh,
再见，再见。
Yeah.
well, that's very interesting. You know, I'm related to his assistant.
Really?
No.
You want to remake history right now?
Can you
You
do
want-
Alipay?
Am I not already your sidekick most of the time here? I get the stream fucking set up for you to come in and just go like,
Yeah, do you want Predator Energy? Or
Nari!
I got fucking Picard.
And I'm over here like trying to fucking decipher what you're saying.
Let me go find another phrase. Let me go find another phrase.
On a waterfall? On a waterfall? I don't know. Whatever God gives me.
That's kind of interesting. Like they also have
Waterfalls.
like the Japanese style vending machines now. Puts into perspective how long I've been playing E7, bro. COVID does a fucking number, man.
That's pretty good.
I've purchased 2.
Are you still joining Vic's Tourney? I don't know if I'm participating. I was invited to cast.
So this is a 6.
Okay.
They have Mountain Dew in China?
I don't think so, actually.
Mother.
They have Sprite, and I think that's it.
Roll.
You know what? Up big up for the Chinese recognizing the best American drink to bring over. Big ups to my brothers in China. The taste is immaculate, bro. No wonder they love black people. They love black people, right?
I regret
No
to
wonder
inform
they
you,
love
bro.
black people.
That's fucked.
The Pepsi is very popular in China.
Never mind, the Chinese we don't fuck with. They're off the list, boy. No, I'm
But also to bring it back, the Chinese do really fuck with
they're walking out
Fanta.
over there.
We'll talk about that shit later. I don't want to talk about Nazi shit on stream.
It drives a little fear.
Wait a minute, I thought the brothers love Fanta. My fault, my
I
fault.
went over the bridge and I
No,
saw
that
it
was
take out
a drink made by the Nazis.
Wait, actually?
But Asia.
Yeah.
Why is it
Explore on big statues.
so popular in the
So cool.
the brothers diaspora?
Day 0 trip.
It ain't.
We're trying to find
And you
a
need to
giant
give me the
statue.
names so I can go
You saw a
revoke some
small shot of
memberships.
it, But the actual view.
I'll pass you the names after stream, brother.
So we're on this like
We got some words to be put
basically
down.
crazy hike that may or may not have a chance of seeing it, and then we have to get a taxi ride.
I
back
was
to
not
our
aware
car.
that's a Nazi drink, my fault.
And so we might just be blowing.
I mean, there's a bunch. I forget which car brand.
For
It's not
nothing.
Kia, but there's some car
Except
brand
for
that's
the
also a
memories.
Nazi car brand.
in the
basically.
Day 0 vlog.
Well, you know, a lot of that stuff is based off of Henry Ford, who loved Nazis. Henry Ford loved the
Way more steps
Nazis.
than I think we've ever had.
Oh,
in
okay.
defensive history.
Yeah, he got an award from,
Actually,
I
you
think,
know what? I lied.
Hitler himself.
That last day.
Literally. Because he
That last day
published a
took
bunch of,
way
like,
more steps.
racist
Remember that
literature
shit?
about
This
Jews.
crushes my tip-to-tip record. I think it's like
That's
15.
fucking crazy.
Kitty.
Kitty!
So yeah. Anyway.
What a great segue
That's the
after
group
all
that
that.
told
Kitty!
us where to go. We're kind of following them right now. They're looking back.
I thought he
at
said
us.
he's following
This
the
building
cat.
looks
I was
there'd
like,
be
this is
stairs to
already
get
a
up to that
terrible
thing up
So,
trip.
yeah, this is the path right here, and the security guard was in front of, and he was like, not possible, and at least he's like, maybe he's like slightly just to go for it. He's like, no, not possible.
All right, if I ever do a China trip, you want to come with?
Chinese DM.
We could do a
if I'm
China
gonna
trip
fight-
like this.
Financially strong enough point, yeah.
Whoa, what the fuck is that? What did he say there?
Right, we'll see you soon.
I think they mean gorge.
Fuck George. We should go to the 3 gorge.
They are definitely staying in some like bougie ass mountain villa place though. Look at this shit.
We're here. It's just a 30-minute walk of this. It should be
Oh, it's
nightfall
Volkswagen?
just by the time we hit the top. And
Yeah,
you can
Tristan
get a
says it's
slight
Volkswagen.
view of the statue from there.
Yeah, if it lights up. That'd be pretty cool.
I mean, that does sound like it.
It's an hour and a half back.
We're not.
That's literally the people's car in the Ubermensch language.
The
We're going to
Uber.
the fucking parking lot.
Yeah, we're going to the fucking parking lot, but we're going to the parking lot so that we can get a good night's sleep and wake up super early to actually film. Oh
I
my
have
God,
a
it's
working
fucking
Notos
fun.
team.
Right
You're
now.
welcome.
Hold up.
Tristan's here to get
This
you.
guy's just beast mode.
Yeah, we're being pussies.
We're like, oh, it's gonna be so dark up there. This guy fucking.
Wait, dude. That's a light.
Yeah, the issue is not the light on us.
Dude.
It's the light on the statue.
How's it gonna be dark if there's a light?
Hey man, I think we can get there.
How's it gonna be dark if there's a light up?
Okay, bro.
I think we can get there.
The cameraman is,
They do a lot of
Oh, we
these
need a full
camera
shot.
angles.
Wait, like in the middle of talking. You know, I think
It's
we
usually a
get
lot
that fine.
funnier on a motorcycle because
I
you're
don't
like,
understand, like,
I wonder
how-
if he crashes, and sometimes the answer is yes.
Hold on.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's fine to call it, and I think we'll have a better intro tomorrow at the beach. We'll just do it all at the beach, and that's fine. The only reason I was trying to do the intro today is to have
Like something to do today.
something to do today.
And
But
start.
Engines the
we
back
just
to
blew
make
a
them
day on
better
DMV,
war
and we're gonna have to
vehicles.
hold that.
Yeah.
That's
and
okay.
Oh, because they
we're
can
gonna have
afford to get
speed.
shot from the front.
Speed.
Ah.
Okay, you look at the freaking map to the thing. Someone said 48 hours.
To what?
Optimal route to Mongolia
Oh yeah.
on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
We could be out of here fucking
Well,
middle of next week.
that's optimal route with highways.
Yeah, we could be out of here fucking next
Oh
week.
yeah, also they're doing this
No,
without a
that's-
map, so everything has to be analog.
That's the one without.
I don't even know if they're allowed to like
Man.
buy a physical map. I think they're only allowed to ask for directions in the native language.
We could be out of here.
That's
fucking
part of
Wednesday.
like, well, I'm so excited because I know they're gonna get fucking stuck somewhere.
All right, let's get out of here then.
So you know what happened in Japan with these guys?
No,
They turned the wrong place, right? At the southern tip of Japan, and they went.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't smoke.
You know how Japan has like a little island to the east of it,
Gotta do it, yeah.
like
Yeah,
the way
that's what-
Madagascar is floating off the east side of Africa.
Dude, Michael goes, he hands him, he goes, well, guess
Is they went the wrong way and they almost got stuck on that island, and then they found a ferry that skipped them like 2 whole days ahead to basically catch up.
Fucking good.
And they only found it from talking to locals.
Is it lit?
That's pretty good.
God bless them.
That's who we saw to start.
Oh, are they smoking Zhonghuas?
Why are they smoking?
Dude, this fucking smooth.
So, if I had to guess, okay, Chinese people only give away cigarettes like their treasure like this if it's a stick of Zhonghua, which is the same brand that Chairman Mao smokes. So they're probably just like gassing it up, you know? Oh, this is some good shit.
That's pretty good.
Oh yeah, bro, Chairman Mao has good taste.
It's pretty good. It's pretty
He's
good.
drooling over himself.
That's good.
The fuck, man. All right, anyway, yep, that's fucking episode 0, man. The day 0 vlog. Oh man, we got fucking scammed. I guess day 1 starts tomorrow. I'll be back Sunday or Monday, and then we'll watch the rest. For now, that's all we got. No Ruel Lunatic Tournament. Oh boy, I'm fucking ready. All right, Divine.
Wait, isn't it Vic's tournament? It says it right above there.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
no, it's because of. Oh, okay. No, it was actually somebody had a thing above it that just said Vic's tournament. I was like, holy shit, the psyop.
I'm just looking for Vic Chung there. Anyway, yeah. That's all I got, man. Thank you for hanging out, brother. I hope GDC was good.
It was a time and a half, but now it is back to work for me.
It's like I feel you. It's like I feel you. It was like me half the times when my parents were visiting, and the moment they left, I'm like, alright, time to write 9 videos and get 50 bajillion shorts ready.
Tell you, bro, next time we play Resident Evil, you gotta get those shorts ready for it.
I will. TLDR, was Notos good? I mean, you'd imagine getting to see him win games again and again visually would make it clear, but yes, the guy is fucking Thanos.
Right, goodbye, everybody. Have fun at the tournament. Remember, there'll never be another me. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Alright, I'm ready. Vic's ready. Let me see. When would Vic be good? I did tell Vic, like, I'm fucking here. Alright. Oh, is he porting people in now? Is he in his Discord for this? Where is Vic's Discord? Yeah, does he usually start a call for these guys, or does he do some in his Discord? Notos is mid, needs a buff. I mean, Tristan, I think about it like this, right? Notos is good the same way like MLTU is good, you know? Like, they're easily a win condition on their own. You just have to set it up correctly. And that's the skill part of the game, right? Is you knowing how to actually set up a team that lets them work. Hello, my friend.
Yo, what's up?
Dude, how was Chengdu, Vic? I heard you and the boys got real wild up in there.
It's always fun in Chengdu, you know.
It's always fun. Me and the boys in Chengdu. A couple of massage parlor trips. We're getting our foot rubbed, yes sir. Alright, okay, assuming the title is literal, there is no Ruel. Ruel is global fucking banned.
Yes. Let me just turn you up a bit.
Alright,
I'll have him at 100. Let me see if it's a bit better. We can do a sound check.
Yeah, for sure. Let me know if you need me to put up my cam as well. I don't actually know if I can do that, because,
I don't think your camera can work because of you're already.
Because I have her for my stream, yeah, and then you have your cam for your stream, yeah. It's gonna be a bit tough.
It's okay. I think we can just turn off cameras.
Yeah, it should be fine either way.
Not a big deal. Okay, so once again, Bread, Stardust, How Now, The Returner, Light E7, Yinasha. Please make sure you're in the lobby. And yes, for everyone that is just coming in, Ruel is globally banned after all the feedback we got from last month's tournament. So unfortunately, we will be banning Ruel for the sake of the audience. And once again, top 8 players for this tournament format is going to be different than last month. This time, for the top 8 players, you will be able to submit one global pre-ban at the end of the day. Once the quarterfinals and we find out who is moving on. Please DM me or Mars or Valky on Discord. First place is going to be winning 220 USD. Second place will be winning 100 USD. Notos, New Coley are all allowed. And that's it. And thank you, obviously, Valky, for joining today.
Yeah, pleasure to be here. Also purging my brain of all the brain rot so we can finally be here casting some great matches. Getting both of us warmed up for any potential incoming events. And for me as well, a little bit of a role change. Normally, I'm doing what you do, Vic. I lay back and I talk about the overall strategy. But today, need to carry the tempo a little bit and get things going as our competitors are filing into the lobby.
It's easier for me because I guess it's earlier in the day and later for you due to the time zone difference. So I think it works out.
Yeah, works out just a bit. I mean, would have loved to have been there for the previous tournament, but would require me to be up at 5 a.m. waking up my entire damn family, and, you know, not sure that would have carried over very well over Chinese New Year, but this one, I am ready. And, how are you liking this current meta, Vic, while, you know, we do wait for our matchups to be filed in? Overall thoughts on Notos, Coley, all that. I'm sure chat has plenty of questions on, is Notos good? Is Notos a must-have?
I think Notos is pretty strong. I think as soon as you get that S3, it's almost like unplayable. But I do think that he is relatively, you know, balanced to some degree. It's not like a unit like Lady, the scale's kind of broken, so it's kind of nice to see that Smilegate's kind of leaning in that direction where like MLDN and, you know, ML Yoha, they come, and these units that are coming out, they at least have some, you know, weaknesses that are very obvious in their kit.
Right.
But nonetheless, I think he's kind of broken in Guild Wars, so, and, you know, that makes me kind of sad.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I think the overall feeling I get, the vibe, right? The vibes, we're here for the vibes. He gives me is he's a lot more like Genesis Ross, if anything. He's a very strong win condition. Once he clicks that S3, he's just punching 2 units out of existence, and he's really putting the hurt on a third one. But the really big thing is that, kind of like Genesis Ross, maybe a little unlike Genesis Ross, is that he's a bit harder to use. And I think getting him that win condition, getting him the perfect condition for him to pop off is probably the most skillful part of playing him. And probably why a lot of people are having issues. But do see these guys fouled in, How Now and the Returner. Lucidus and Fulmina 3. Fulmina, a big ladder climber in the Guild Wars scene. These guys have really coming up through the ranks the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, I hear that they're going for another Hall of Fame push for the Guild War tournament, or Guild War regular season, maybe even pushing for the tournament. But we'll see. I think there's a lot of competition coming around. I know, actually, your Guild, Veritas, you guys are going to be coming around this next season. I'd be hearing some stuff. Y'all are going to be going kind of hard. Is that true or not?
Well, as you know, our guild leader is DTJ. And despite what you might think, DTJ is not Derp the Jag. That is Donald Trumpy Jr. And according to his executive decree, we will be locking it in, not only for the rank 1 this time, we're also prepping for a Hall of Fame run just to practice, because at the end of the day, I mean, bro, I feel like we're glazing the shit out of each other very unnecessarily, because Palladia is just really fucking hard to prep for, right? Like, I was not told I can't say this, so I'm gonna just say this. My understanding is Palladia is so fucking, like, gapping every other guild that there's just no way to practice. It's not even close. So, we just have to go as hard as we can and hope the momentum carries us, and we can finally beat Palladia one of these days.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I think we do be glazing each other. I do agree that it's kind of hard to prep. But that's the beauty of it, and I think there's a lot of unknowns in the guilds. But anyhow, How Now, we're going to be starting with the Returner versus How Now in game number 1, if you're ready to go.
Oh, anytime.
Okay. All right. Well, both players are ready. This is going to be the first game between How Now and the Returner. And let's get the show on the road. Once again, it is Lunatic. Ruel's global bans, warfare rules are on, and it's going to be best of 3. So let's get started. The Returner is going to be picking up the first pick, and offense warfare for war, you're increasing the damage dealt by 20% and ignoring damage share. Do you think this is a good warfare rule, Valky?
Oh, strong question right out the gate. I think a lot of what Smilegate tries to do in this current metagame feels to me like they want to make good seasonal characters, like the Lone Crescent Bologna, but what I think really benefits from this is for characters specifically like Strays that have a lot of cleave or aggro potential. You might always just be like, yeah, but like, you know, Lone Crescent Bologna's a warrior, but you always got to be thinking about the strongest options. And for me, I'm always worried about Strays. Looking at the quick pre-bans, that is a lot of light knights. Notos and Monarch of the Sword Iseria removed, as well as How Now banning out DN, as well as Lady of the Scales. Now, those, what kind of pre-bans did those speak to you?
Well, it tells me that How Now is relatively standard, right? He's kind of afraid of getting aggro down with the DN and Scales pre-ban, which you see a lot of from the ladder with people that play more standard style. And Harsetti being open means that, you know, both players are probably very prepared for that type of matchup. And the returner picking up the Emil Yulha very early on just to guarantee a strong open. And Haonao goes with the Arunka. What do you think would pair well with the Arunka here from Haonao side?
I mean, I think Boss Arunka pairs with anything, and I really like this hover. One more Light Knight. I mean, 2 of them are already pre-banned. Let's pick up 2 more. Boss Arunka, Genesis Ross. Not the strongest combo per se, not like Ross needs the protection, but you always want to break up the combo coming in from the opponent. Never let your opponent get first pick Nurse, second pick Ross. Then they're honestly free to play whatever it is they want to play. Now I think Returner needs to think a little bit harder about what combos he gets and which one of those supernatural super humanization combos he's going to be able to get off for himself.
No, you're absolutely right. I think it's not as simple as like back in the during Golden Boys, right? Where you just pick a bunch of all the Light Knights. You want to think about how they synergize together with the Arunka and the G-Ross, but denying it definitely is, very important, especially when both players seems like they kind of lean a little bit in that standard for standard, maybe even slow matchup, right?
And I think he's finally pivoting into his answer, looking like Empyrean Ilanav. I don't think that forms the strongest combo with the Nurse, but a little bit weird, no? Because normal tank down players want to have that Empyrean on third pick, especially if they're being threatened by somebody like Genesis Ross, who is able to put down so much AoE defense penetrating damage.
No, you're absolutely right. It looks like he really ran down the clock, but we are going to see the Lone Crescent Bologna get picked up. He's rocking the profile card of Lone Crescent Bologna, and we're in Offense Warfare rule where she does ignore damage share and has increased damage dealt. So this is a very big third pick coming out. I'm really happy to see that because we have this huge balance patch that came through that I think is kind of almost some good prep for the Masters event coming up in April. So we'll see how Haonao responds to this Lone Crescent Bologna pick at the on 3.
You like that buff, Vic? I mean, I feel like she lost quite a bit of damage, but, to compensate, they did bump up her injury potential, and they made her scale quite hard with injury. But I feel like the issue with her, at the end of the day, is still she's going to be as hard to use as she was, probably ever since Sea Phantom Politics dropped. That is one tough matchup for her, and when playing at this level, you always got to be thinking about those annoying matchups. And speaking of annoying matchups, New Moon Luna gets locked in on 3, so we're looking to seal away a lot of those passives. And that almost speaks to me like he is looking to play a very controlling playstyle, looking to lock away the cooldowns perhaps on that Empyrean Ilanav.
Yeah, and Haonao actually ties up the draft with more debuffers coming out from Swift, Flagbearer, Sigrid. I'm not sure if that's the best pick or what we were expecting, as a lot of the times Luna is going to want to be paired with some type of follow-up, but maybe Haonao is playing for the long game, playing for the fears. If that seal does go off, technically Yulha can't shrug off the fears from Sigrid's S3. So maybe there's potential to kind of drag out in the long run.
And I do like that combo of the 1-2 punch of both Luna and the Sigrid. Not only are you sealing away the Cleanse, you're sealing away Empyrean, you're sealing away Melona's Batback passive, and on top of that, you're also speeding up your characters with the speed buff coming out of Flag Sigrid, and it's just such a deadly combo. Haonao is probably saving that last pick slot for, what, do you think, probably a hard hyper carry, a hard DPS for that last pick?
I sure hope so, because if he doesn't pick damage, he's really only relying on G-Ross and Luna S2 chip, maybe even counter Rocket Punch, but I doubt that would be enough to actually break through the core of the returner. And speaking of the returner, he goes with the Emilacades and Renact to up the tempo a bit to give him a little bit of an aggressive pivot into Haonao's draft, but I think returner's in a pretty good spot. He has that mitigation, he has got the double cleanse set up, he's got pressure from Renact. How is Haonao going to want to respond in this situation?
Hovering over a free run, I would say that is not the worst option in the book. How do you like Returner's Renact pick? I was thinking overall it's a very strong play, but I don't know how I feel about it going into the boss Arunka, being able to wall off so much damage the Renact can offer. And, picking a free run into that as well, that just screams to me like he is completely ready with like a, a thick free run, so to speak. 10k 500, you're just gonna be able to face tank that pursuit, and no, she won't. Both last picks getting banned out right then and there. Wow.
I totally agree. I do think that the Renact is kind of a surprise pick, as he is really good, or she's really good at killing squishy targets and units with high defense, like the boss Arunka. But I think one thing that's really important to be mindful of is, do you really need that speed tempo up there if you're the returner? if you're playing that more slow and kind of chip style with the Lone Crescent Bologna on 3, especially under offense warfare, I think, maybe you just pick something that can support it even further. But luckily, that does get banned out by How now, and it looks like we might be running into a slight disconnection on the returner side potentially.
Yeah, okay. Breaking character for a bit. How does like connecting in a tournament work now? Because I know they added this system, but does it work like it's actually just pause, and if the guy comes back in like 2 minutes, it's all good?
I've actually never encountered a situation where they get disconnected, but I don't think they would come back directly into the lobby. It might be glitched, and then it has to be restarted.
Okay. In the case we have to remake, I DM'd you a screenshot of the draft, so if they have to remake it, that is the pick order. Returner have first pick. It shouldn't be too big of a problem if that's the case.
Yeah, we would have to pick the warfare rule though, and just keep re-rolling it, but we'll have to make it work. Alright, I think we'll have to remake it. Unless the returner can say anything. They just need to rejoin the lobby.
Yo, returner, say something in chat like, I'm coming back in. Come on, man. Otherwise, Vic is gonna slash Zalls. Yes.
Yes. He's the returner. He's coming back.
He has to, right, guys? If your name is the returner, how FNG would it be if you actually just disconnected and never returned? Like, come on, you gotta live up to the name a little bit. Don't disappoint Lone Crescent Bologna like this. You gotta do it for all the LCB enjoyers in chat.
No, seriously. Internet was out for a bit. Okay. Join shit. And track. Worst case scenario, we'll have to remake it, but hopefully that's not the case. Apart from Nodos and like LCB that we briefly talked about, like were there any other characters from the balance patch that you thought were like really, really strong that you've been kind of playing or you've noticed at least?
I'm personally a very big proponent of Green Vildred. I think he easily won the buff patch. Like, he was already a good character before, and then, like, afterwards, if you think about it, right? Like, he's a default bridge now into how many different cleaves? If you have a Zeo set up to play Sez, like, he's a Zeo bridge. If you play Renok, he's bridging for you. If you play top model Luluka, he's there. If you play Ran, specifically for, like, Ran scales, like, that's another one, right? So there's just, like, so many things he could play now, and he just, by default, makes your opener plus 12. I just think it's too strong. Like, he did not need that, man. I don't know what they were thinking.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I think we're gonna have to drop... Let me try leaving and see if the
biggest question is, do we have to remake the entire lobby? Or, as long as they reconnect, it's fine.
Looks like it's okay. The returner, you're gonna have to try to join the lobby again.
It's okay, I believe in the returner. He's never
nice
lied on his resume.
It'd be nice if we can choose a specific warfare rule and have it customizable, but I think it's kind of difficult. So you
yeah, we might have to just roll that a couple of times. Or, okay, I guess, like, ask the guys if they specifically want to roll that warfare rule, or if they're down to play with the same draft. Because I want to say it's probably slightly favor for returner, depending on how it goes, but, we'll see.
Seems like he's able to join back. Let me ask. Do you want to reroll until offense, warfare, or start from scratch? Up to you guys.
If you're redoing the entire draft, I would say, like, from a TO perspective, like, because Hal now's the guy who didn't disconnect, it's completely his decision. Just to keep things fair. But if both of them are down to play with any random warfare, like, it's probably chill.
Yeah, great point. Warfare pretty good for LCD, so whatever he wants.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so Returner just gets the final call on that, because he's if How Now's cool with it, like, you know, Returner. He says
Gotta love
send
having
it.
the hiccups in the start. Send it. All right. Then we're just gonna remove the first pick. Then we're gonna have it be completely blind, completely the same. Oh, oops.
Damn. Okay. Wow. We really put up the final boss there for a second, huh?
No.
No.
That was an accident. Please ready up both players. Go ahead.
All right, good score for Hal now. This time, Returner still, once again, rolling the first pick. You know, I know for last season, we had a stint where second pick felt like they were quite in control for a good bit of last season. How do you feel about it now that we're once again in what I think is more of like a balanced era?
I think no matter what, I do lean a little bit more towards first pick will have a slight advantage, but I think this season... We'll have to see, but as of right now, for what I feel, I do feel like the advantage still feels the same, about 55-45. You know, but going straight into the draft, Returner picks up the Emil Yoha similar to the last game, and How now picks up the Boss Haruka and Genesis Ross as well. And how does Returner want to round up the draft? Do we see another Lone Crescent Bologna, or will he pick something else?
No, they're sending it right back in. I think they're doing a full run back of draft. However, this time, Warfare Rules support. Would you say this is better or worse for the Lone Crescent Bologna?
I mean, based on what How now has picked so far, he doesn't have any mitigation, so I actually think this support Warfare Rule works pretty well in his favor.
I'm inclined to agree. I think for a Lone Crescent Bologna player, there's no two Warfare you could roll better. Back-to-back favorable Warfares. The Gauze are definitely on his side, and looks like How now is really sticking to the same draft. So both players running it back, and Returner better be able to pull this through with so many things going his way.
Yeah, they actually are running back the same draft under a different Warfare Rule. That's okay, so... How now, again, goes for the free run. I guess they're just going to run it exactly the same. Very honorable from the two of them. But I think the Returner might have a little bit of an advantage in this draft.
Yeah, Lone Crescent Bologna, normally, I mean, she takes, what, 5 hits against your team to be able to get that... to be able to get the bat going. But now, with the support Warfare rule instead of the Warrior one, I believe it's... I mean, it's just up 50%, right? So every 3 attacks, she would just be hitting your team back, and it's quite a bit of damage. So How now needs to be very careful. Though, I would say with 2 characters who have non-attack skills, maybe he's in good hands.
Ooh, How now goes for the S3 with Swift Flag Bearer Secret. Wants to go for the full strip. Will he tag the Acades? He does not. The Warhorn proccing on the Yoha and the Eternus coming from Infinite Horizon Acades has the option of holding all the buttons, actually, because Yoha is not sealed. So that Fear is going to be able to shrug off from her passive, cleansing off the Fear. Returner, does he want to use any skills? I don't imagine he does.
Wow, this might be a timeout play, and I agree with you. I think it was better for him to actually hold everything he can, but Acades S3 is going to go here. Luna does come with 2 souls, have the option to burn, and if she does, and she does indeed go for it, now that the Acades is out of the S3, you're going to be able to remove everything now. And oof, seal there, unbuffable, all of those things. Going to be quite annoying for the Returner. You do get the Nurse Yoha turn. 2 plays. You can either start jamming for the Lone Crescent Bologna, or does he go for the safer play here, pulling his Empyrean Ilanav, looking for the full team cleanse, and I think both players really traded most of their cooldowns already without a lot of damage going either way.
Most definitely, and I'm very surprised to see the Horizon Acades S3. Definitely think they timed out or something, but their connection seems to be relatively stable at the moment. But unfortunately, Lone Crescent Bologna is going to be collapsed and sealed by the Genesis Ross S2, and we are going to see her take quite a considerable amount of damage. S3 will not do as much, though, however, because Empyrean Ilanav will have that penetration resistance and mitigation from the Auris on the side of the Returner, and Lone Crescent Bologna does shrug off the seal from Emil Yoha's passive. S3 will now provide the vigor and believe the immunity as well, instead of S1. So we do see the immunity come up, and the healing comes through for LCP. So she's very healthy. How now finally gets the boss Arunka, goes to the S3. Who does he want to land the defense break onto?
You're trying to strip
Doesn't
the
miss.
immunity. That's a miss. And wow, Nurse Yolha cleanse coming in clutch here. Finally getting the immunity back on. But once again, all the attack does go through. We're going to bat back here. This needs to heal a lot. Otherwise, this Malone is going down. One more hit. That's a miss.
Big heal from the Sigurd's side, allowing her to stay alive in the game. Infinite Horizon Acades is going to be coming around the corner, but that's a massive miss coming out on the Lone Crescent Bologna, even with the target debuff. But counter comes up from the boss Aronka, missing the defense break onto the Emil Yulha. Infinite Horizon Acades does have the option of going for the S2 to cleanse 2 debuffs off of the LCB, and she does cut to the front of the CR bar. Collapse will fall off, and now this S1 will put her at 100 fighting spirit.
Oh man, that was such a tight race of just trying to get the damage in. Soul Burns once again. I don't think that's a dual attack he wants. Bat back is going to come back here. Lots of damage. Flag Sigrid is going to go down. Oh wow, this Bologna defense broken and everything. She's hanging on for dear life.
I mean, this LCB has a ton of damage on. One thing I do want to point out, that bat back that you've been talking about, it hit Sigrid even when she had evasion buff on, so even with her like getting the evasion on LCB through the target, Sigrid was not that lucky.
Oh, dual attack. Hang on a second. Another backpack. This is going to heal slightly less. Now there's 3 targets, but splash damage does come in. And once again, this Bologna hangs on for dear life. But oof, now she finally gets sent home. But that's the question. Does Hal now still have enough tempo left in the game? Can he drop this Nurse Yolha? Because as long as she's still alive, there's always that revive threat. And 2 turns left. Do you think Returner can pull this off? Or do you think Hal now's looking to really just close him out right here, right now?
I think the Returner is in an amazing spot. I mean, even landing the 2 bleeds on the boss Aruka, eliminating her with no ability to bring her back, unfortunately. And that's going to be the game. The Returner picks it up 1-0. But that LCB was just... I think that support warfare rule might have actually done him a favor over the Warrior one that we saw in the first game before the restart.
Yeah, it just seemed like he always had a follow-up attack, that bat back coming in, hitting 4 targets, and it heals him just enough. I mean, I think she survived that boss Arunka's splash damage, I think maybe even 3-4 times. Absolutely just a nail biter right there, Returner, clawing his way to victory. Whew. Especially after that early disconnect.
What a game 1, and I'm really happy to see, like I mentioned earlier, Lone Crescent Bologna really shining through with the post-balance patch. So great stuff from both players. As they are ready, let's move into game number 2. The Returner will be up 1-0, and it is BO3, so first the 2 will be the winner. First pick goes in favor of How Now. Now, if any of you guys are unfamiliar with Lunatic and how it works, all of the heroes that were used in the previous game, as you can see in the middle, and the 4 units that were pre-banned by both sides, that we'll be introducing 4 additional pre-bans. So in game 2, we'll be looking at 18 total units unavailable.
And on top of that, I think not only does this really test the depth of your hero pool, but it tests the depth of your strategy as well, because if you're primarily a tank down player, you know, you're taking tanks and supports 1, 2, 3, you're always saving 2 carries for 4, 5, but a lot of times when Lunatic knocks all of those units away, you start running out of good options for picking tanks and, you know, revivers early, and especially with Ruel out on a global ban, you're going to have to really switch up your structure and maybe take a couple of risks early, and I think that's going to be the name of the game here.
Yeah, speaking of risks, we are going to be seeing Barwitch and Syria and Tenebria banned out by the Returner, and Zio and Satsuka get banned out by How Now. Taking full advantage of the Briar pre-ban, we see Maid Chloe get picked up very early on. And one thing to point out is it is under the offense warfare rules, so all warriors will have increased damage dealt by 20% and damage share ignore. But the Returner hovering the Unbound Knight Arrowell, also another unit that's been very strong from the balance patch, having the escort changes and overall her free ER scaling. What do you think about Arrowell? Have you tested her at all, Valky?
I have not tested her at all. I got to play against her a few times. Me personally, I'm not very impressed. Maybe it's just because I'm used to playing with Lady of the Scales and Boss Arunka just eating all the damage with Proof of Valor. I personally feel like Arowell needs to be built specifically and played for a stun. You're looking for a good timing to drop that stun and maybe interrupt some speed tuning against your opponent because she has that passive where she's constantly getting CR if your team is getting hit by single target attacks. But if you're just talking about from a pure mitigation standpoint, my personal read is that Arowell takes a little bit too much damage, and against modern day characters, she just dies a little bit too fast. Not sure if your read is the same, Vic.
I think Unbound Knight Arrowell is very strong because the escort changes actually keeps your team alive quite easily. And from the test that I've ran, having her on 3 as that mitigation where you would normally run something like an Illinab or a Carmen more traditionally, like she functions very well in that type of setup. But I totally agree, having full advantage of the CR that she gains, even potentially on a Helaglance build, maybe we'll see some comeback with some stun setups. And the returner does also pick up another unit that got buffed recently, Blue Dien. She is now the Taurus horoscope, which is the same as Amid, so she is significantly faster now. I'm sure you've had a little bit of time to think about Dien and how she might impact the meta and maybe even Masters. Is that right?
I mean, Dien's always... You know how every game has, like, their favorite child that right before a big event gets a couple of buffs and they come back literally every single year, League of Legends has Corki, and Epic 7 has Dien. And with Master Series coming up, I am not surprised at all Dien is getting a big buff. And there it is, 2 more light units getting locked in for Hal now. Dragon King Sharoon, I'm a little bit lost on what this is. Maybe primarily played for that buff strip against the Dien, but also Bellion being locked in. I feel like that's a bit forward of a pick. But maybe with Monarch of the Sword eliminated, and also Lone Crescent Bologna, maybe Houndow's just thinking he's got the upper hand on this draft.
Yeah, I think so. But the returner, he does have a lot of options available to him, hovering that Landy. And I do agree. I think Dragon King Sharoon preemptively, without any real debuffs coming in, is kind of surprising. Maybe he wants to pick it up in case, Arrowell goes for S3 stun. But I think that's a little bit too early to go for. I wonder how the return is going to respond in this. Can he take advantage of that Dragon King Sharoon being picked up a little bit too early?
Landy being hovered here as well. I mean, I imagine this is going to be a very contested pick, especially in a matchup where it's Dien versus Maid Chloe. I mean, those two gals like to pack in those buffs, and they're packing for the whole picnic. So, Green Landy, nope, not being locked in. That is a Spirit Eye Selena. I'm actually a little surprised that's being taken into a Bellion. How do you feel about that, Vic?
Wow, I mean, Spirit Eye Celine, we know has the free Soulburn with the Nimble Sword if she has a buff available. And when you pair it with the likes of Dien, she can get that attack buff, or even just any buffs in general. There's also protection set barriers from Arrowell skill trees, so she's going to be able to Nimble Sword from turn 1. But every turn after that, you can't Soulburn. You can't really fully utilize Celine, so not really sure what the returner has in plan here, but he does pick up the Dragonbright Senya to try to protect that Spirit Eye Celine pick, potentially having it in the back line along with that Escort, maybe even a Guardian Ice Crystal. A lot of mitigation and protection for this Celine combo. And see if the politics gets picked up by Hound now, wants to up the tempo, hovering that Akate. Who do you think is kind of in the upper hand here? How is the returner going to want to respond to this, Hockey?
Well, I almost want to say the returner is leading Hound by the nose, especially with that 40-second Green Landy hover. He really made Hound think about how much he wanted that Sea Phantom Politis. Not to say Hound's draft isn't looking threatening, but in terms of who's dictating the pace, the terms of combat, the pace of match, I definitely give the edge over to the returner right now. But really curious about this last pick. And it is going to be the Fallen Cecilia. Wow, just taking out, I suppose, the splash damage coming in from Dragonbright Senya if she is ever activated. Quite an interesting decision. How do you think that's a very strong play?
I think that is quite interesting, but one thing I think he's setting up for is you could Soulburn S1 with FCC to try to control the Celine and try to control some crucial turns where the returner might go for an S3 stun or go for S3 push or a lot of different options, right? He could be on Soul Generation on this Dragon King Sharoon. There's so many different things that he could be preparing apart from just the mitigation from the Dragonbite Senya. But the returner does lock in the green Celine, wanting to take advantage of punishing the Sea Phantom Politis from pressing S3. And traditionally, we do know that Celine is on most of the time is on highest attack EE now, but And we'll have to see how this goes. And we do see Celine and Maid Chloe get banned out, with the returner opting to try to take out some of the sustain that How Now has, and How Now obviously wants to press the C Phantom Politis S3, so Celine promptly gets banned.
And the match gets underway. C Phantom Politis, being the only true opener of the game, does get that first turn. And hey, one really interesting I'm already seeing. What is that icon above the Spirit Eye Celine, Vic? Oh, and it's gone.
It is now gone, unfortunately, but we do see the Swift Boots from Tactical Archetype Cole's new artifact. But the 3F does proc the S2. Is this enough damage to kill out the Celine through the Escort, though? It is not. It does put her to below 50% HP, but we can really see that Escort putting in the work and keeping her alive, even though that barrier got stripped by C Phantom Politis S3. And Celine does go for the S3, applying the immortality for everybody. But Dragon King Sharoon, if you press that S3, Briar's Resolve will be coming around the corner, so I assume he's going to want to hold this.
This is a very dangerous turn. You have to resist every single temptation in your body to try to do something. Oh, that actually is, I think, the best play he could have gotten there. I mean, if you try to do anything against the Spirit Eye Celine, the Dragon Brysenia will not be having it. And you definitely want to save that S3 for after all these buffs come up. I think stalling the DN for one turn, definitely something he wants to do, especially if you're trying to be disruptive with this Belly and solo carry right here. And this is what we're talking about earlier. The stun from the arrow, while this needs to stick, and it does stick on the Belly, but cleansed right away by Dragon King Sharoon. Oh, wow. Finally showing her value. That was clutch. I think if that stun stuck, would have been maybe a little bit disastrous for How Now.
And How Now does go for the S3. This will proc the Bride's Resolve on the Dragon Brysenia, and they did change Dragon Brysenia in the previous balance patch, where this is going to not only provide the combat readiness push for herself and Celine in this case, but counter comes up from the Celine, not able to actually proc. But Dragon King Sharoon does go for the S1, potentially maybe stun on Celine, but Bride Resolve is coming around the corner, so will Benya actually have value, but opts to go for the S3 on How Now's side.
Oh, that's
does get the strip, but he lands the crit onto Celine. Escort is now gone, as Unbuffable does stick onto the Unbound Knight Arrow. Well, Dragon Brysenia, this will push 30% combat readiness. Celine will move down to 76% CR, but Rage is on C Phantom Politis and Bellion, so I don't imagine that will even be enough to connect the team. How much damage is Dragon Brysenia going to do? Glorious Throne, the new artifact that's in the banner right now. Soulburn S1, Celine should not be able to tank because Escort is gone. That will put into the 2v4 situation. DN, also defense broken. This might die. Pop. And it does. And game 2 going in favor of How Now. Not very surprising, right? I mean, as we talked about in the draft, you have the Bellion, you have the fixed damage, you have the Soul Denial, and that was pivotal, right? Bellion really just carried through and just doing all that chip damage, and it was a little bit too much for the returner to handle.
Yeah, we were even saying that Dragon King Sharoon, rather, was not going to have a lot of whole debuffs to be cleansing, but I guess she did cleanse the one that mattered, and on top of that, the Cascade does come in, and that was just so much damage. I guess we finally see why How Now very aggressively took both splash damage floodgates, both in the May Chloe and the Fallen Cecilia. So, good draft from him, but both players are now one apiece. We're going right into game 3 with how many pre-bans again, remind me?
So we're now entering 22 total units not available, as the last 4 units that were pre-banned from game 2 are being carried over into game 3. But all the units that were picked early in game number 1 are available again, so a lot of the times in this Lunatic format, we will see players try to ban out the units that were used in Game 1. Will we see that as well in this Game 3?
Both players are going to be taking their time, and when you're in a tournament setting like this, you know, you've really kind of traded blows with your opponent. You want to take the time to really study and think about, okay, everything from Game 1 is now back. They're on the table. What do I need to remove from my opponent to stop them from being able to pop off on me again? I'm wondering if How Now here is going to take out that LCB. I guess we'll find out right here, right now. Empyrean Ilanav and Harsetti taken out, and as well as Renac. So, okay, we're setting up for... Do you think we're setting up for a more aggressive game or a defensive game? I'll say both players have played relatively defensive leading up to this point.
I think so, and it's very surprising to see that Harsetti hasn't been shown at all in the first 2 games when she was not pre-banned. Obviously, she's being pre-banned this time, but the returner also, you pointed out that they banned Renax, but it looks like they also banned Green Celine when it was already not available from game 2. So is that a little bit of an inexperience with the Lunatic format, or was that a throwaway ban? Maybe he has a limited unit pool. I'm not too sure, but How now does pick up the ML Yoha, and the returner goes with the Genesis Ross to disable him from getting the combination of the Superhumanization Ross that's just going to rip through and just do so much damage and annihilate your team, especially with Empyrean Illinois being pre-banned.
And let's just say it was a heads-up play from the returner. I mean, he has enough foresight to be able to split up the Nurse and Ross combo. Let's also give the man the benefit of the doubt and say he is having a heads-up play for, hey, maybe a potential Game 4 if it comes down to it, however that may be. But Freerun does get locked in. Bellion is out now. That is an insanely good read from How now, as well as the buff top model Luluka going into two characters that I think she is extremely favorable in. What do you think, Vic?
I think the changes to top model Luluka are amazing, right? You see the damage increase from the speed scaling. Yes, they changed a little bit of her kit in terms of how her S2 and S3 kind of functions in regards to the CR pushing. But when you have units like G-Roz and Arunka, like you mentioned, they're so slow, right? TML is very easy to have double the speed to get that full pen and just shred through that high defense on the side of Boss Arunka. So very, very heads up of how now to pick up, like you mentioned, with the Bellion being pre-banned out. And the returner does opt to go for maybe like a potential Festive Ida on 3 to try to shut down some of the AoE coming in from Freerun. But a very, very tough situation for the returner to be in, as you don't really want to be fighting these two mages with Bellion not available.
Oh, and good call. The Festive Ida does get locked in. You're there to eat a little bit of that AoE splash damage and then immediately flip the script back onto How now. He needs a fourth pick here to be able to close things out. As much as he would love to take Ruel here, Ruel is not on the books. And how do we feel about Flag Sigrid into such an aggressive-looking lineup?
I mean, I think How now has the returner exactly where he wants to be. Right, he picks up the Saria to get that hit through the evasion on the Swift Flag there, Sigrid, and the Luna to try to shut down all these passive on the side of the returner. So that Sigrid pick, I think, might be the difference maker here, not offering a lot of anti-aggression, anti-cleave, or stopping what How now really wants to do. And the returner is hovering the Infinite Horizon Acades to try to give himself an opportunity to cut, maybe push up an Ida to try to stop How now, but I think it might be a little bit too late.
I also really like this play from the returner, the hover between the Infinite Horizon Acades, as well as the Bunny Dominion. You can really tell the gears are turning in his head, whether he wanted to ban that ML Luna or whether he wanted to ban the Saria. And here, with that, you could basically assume the Saria is banned and he wants to play through the Luna, but does get the Infinite Horizon Acades removed, so we'll see if the rest of the draft holds them together on that.
Absolutely, and How now will have the Luna going first, so the Soulburn S3 coming out will apply the full strip and unbuffable with the seal going onto the returner's team, and top model Luluka will be following behind. We are going to see the S2 and S3 most likely. Will it be enough damage to kill this Boss Arunka?
I think
sure hope that it does.
I imagine every single boss Arunka nowadays, especially in the top model Luluka era, needs to be on proof and 30,000 HP. We do see that Proof of Valor. 20,000 damage goes through. That is still a healthy chunk out of her overall health pool, but that's the exact result you should be expecting to see on the ladder. And Nurse Yoha finally gets the turn. We're looking to power up... See who we got going for us here, and powers up the Freerun. We're looking to drop in the speed. Okay.
Yeah, one thing I do want to point out is, the seal on the Ida is huge, right? That third pick from the return to try to shut down the pressure from the Freerun being completely nullified by New Moon Luna. Swift Light Bearer Sigrid can go for the S3. You can only strip off 2 buffs and have that fear, but the main problem is, unfortunately, Yoha is present, so she can snug off one of the debuffs, but Festive Ida will be closely following behind the Swift Flag Bearer Sigrid to apply the defense break and seal, potentially overloading some debuffs, but unfortunately not landing the fear on the Luna, as the skill effect nullifier is going to eat that debuff up. And now, how is the returner going to want to play this? Does he want to go for the Soul Burn on the Festive Ida? Does he want to save it? How does he want to play this out?
does in fact go for the soul burn right here. Like you said, you need to stack the debuffs, get them thick and ready. Oh man, he stacks it correctly, but the seal, or the fear rather, is still the one that's going to be cleansed by Nurse Yolha. Takes one out on the boss Arunka, and finally, oh, Sigrid's not long for this world. And look at that, unfortunate Freerun does get her immunity up, and that means she is secured for the Freerun versus Ross endgame, but Ross does not give up. Perish, he says. We're dropping the sword on the enemy team. How many kills are we collecting? Only gets one with the top model Luluka. Wow, How is holding on strong.
Yeah, and I think that might have been a really crucial misplay there. If you sealed off the ML Yulha, you know, these debuffs are not going to fall off, like, guaranteed, which means you are going to put yourself in a more favorable position to let the Festive Ida survive to a rotation where the seal falls off and try to 1v1 that Freerun. As if Freerun has immunity, Ross is never winning that matchup, unfortunately. So might have been a colossal misplay that might actually cost the return of the game here. And Festive Ida finally, it does get a turn. Still alive with 2.6k HP, missing the stun, unfortunately, onto the ML Yulha. But New Moon Luna coming around the corner with the S2. This surely will take out the Festive Ida as she is very low HP. And there it is, 3v1 situation going in favor of How now. But as I mentioned, there is really no returning for the returner, as you cannot get that immunity off that Freerun.
Quite unfortunate. Once Freerun has the immunity up, and especially if she has a good, healthy amount of souls like this, GG does come out. Hanao does, in fact, take the series off that reverse sweep, drops to game one, immediately makes a comeback. That is how you want to play in a tournament. What a strong start.
Absolutely, but, I mean, that's just where the experience comes through, right? The returner, he had to see a few steps ahead to identify what that win condition was at that stage in the game, where you get that seal on the Yulha, the fear stays on, Yulha doesn't get the turn, and subsequently you can get that chip damage out. I mean, just very tough situation to be in, unfortunately. But we will have our next set of matches. It will be Light E7 versus Minasha. And I think Light needs no introduction. We all know who he is. Minasha, kind of you know, a needle in the haystack, potentially. You never really know. These guys that come out from the shadows that you don't know much about.
You got any data for me on this one, Vic?
Sorry, say again?
You got any scouting info? What does a scouter say about Minasha's power level?
Well, the scouter says that he's got to have to play with some surprise, right? In this VO3 format, you do need to have some prep ready for some unconventional picks. If you play against someone like Light, who is very familiar, that plays a ton of games, and has lived through so many seasons of RTA, they know the matchup like on the back of their hand, right? So you really have to come in with some weird techs to try to get some games off. And Minasha, I haven't really seen a lot of weird techs coming out from the scouting report. So both players are ready. Let us move into the first game.
Okay, first pick for our challenger over here. Definitely an auspicious sign. That's something you want to see. But defense being rolled as the first warfare rule. Now, Vic, out of all the new characters or the new meta shifts, what do you think benefits the most from this defense warfare rule, which gives 30% damage reduction to every character? But if you're a Covenant character, you get additional more. And we don't know how much that is.
Well, I think the first one that comes to mind that I hope it comes to everybody's mind is Satsuka, right? Satsuka being a fire element, and she has that counter win condition that is very prominent in some situations against some aggression. Works even better in this specific warfare rule. But obviously the strong openers like Renak will also be harder to deal with, but some strong knights in the past, like Crow, right, will be very strong as well. But we do see Minasha getting the Nodo's first pick, as it is not pre-banned. Yolha, Dien, Zio, and Harseti are going to be banned up by both sides. How does Light want to respond into this Nodos? Goes for the Scales pickup, doesn't want to give Minasha that opportunity. And this Renak being picked up by Light as well. He is a very strong supporter of the Renak.
That was a very tough first pick for Minasha, I think, because as first pick, you're always hoping your opponent bans out the Lady of the Scales for you, but I suppose Light is so experienced that he just says, you know what, I'll leave every OP unit up. Yeah, you take Nodos, I'm going to take Scales, you know, and I'm sure he's comfortable vice versa as well, and look at that, Minasha immediately just commits into the double defense. Not only do you have Fallen Cecilia looking to just reduce so much splash damage coming out from left side, but Boss Arunka in front holding it down and just eating it up. And look at Light there, swinging into a more aggressive matchup. Not only do you have the Renak, but top model Luluka with the new Coley as well. What are your experiences with Coley, and how do you think she's going to fare in this exact matchup?
I think one amazing way that Light has drafted the tactical archetype Coley that a lot of people maybe pick Coley earlier on in their drafts from what I've seen on ladder is you're guaranteeing your imprint on 3. But not only that, you're guaranteeing the debuffs that are going to be coming in, the strip, right, coming out from tactical archetype Coley's S3. So when you pair it with a double opener setup like this with the Renak on 2 and the top model Luluka, both targets having very high base speed and being very fast, hard for you to contest as Zeo is pre-banned. So very, very heads up of Light to actually abuse it and put the debuffer and bridge on 3 and enabling with the double opener setup.
Expertly put. I mean, normally what you see on the rank ladder is a cleaver putting their opener on 3 and maybe supporting the opener with their imprints, with their bridges, but for an experienced cleaver like Light, some of you guys might not know that, Light used to be the granddaddy of cleavers. Putting an imprint on 3 just means you have to surround that imprint bridge with a bunch of openers, and do you think Menashe's defense has this? I mean, it looks like he's taking a lot of units, and there it is, the Setsuko we talked about. It's almost looking like Menashe is not going to be able to weather the storm, especially not from this Coley. I know Airwall got a buff, but I don't know. I always think effect resistance is a little bit fake.
Yeah, I mean, all it really comes down to is can Menashe weather the storm of all the damage coming in, right? If Nodos can cycle to that S3 or if Setsuka can high roll, all you really need is a 15%, and we do see the Setsuka get banned out. Top model Luluka will be banned as well by Menashe. So if this Nodos is able to get to an S3, it's going to make or break the game, I imagine, as you have so much support here. You have the Arunka in the front. You have the FCC for the fixed damage mitigation. You have Escort, potentially even Adamant Shield. And now we load into the game. We are going to see Light get the first turn. Aureus is on the Fallen Cecilia. So Escort will take priority as it is the highest damage transfer. But S2 will proc tactical archetype Coley. You do see Light's whole team coming around the corner. S3 from the Renak. The fixed damage will be reduced, but the penetration damage will not. How much will it shred? Counterattack coming up from the boss Arunka. Not missing the defense break, unfortunately, but the Arunka already less than half HP through the Escort.
Oh, Frontal Lady of the Scales also very important here. Does cut the turn in between on the defense unit. Topping her team off with the combat readiness so that the boss Arunka, the Arrow, can't steal the turn. This is going to be the big determiner here. Does she stun? Do these bombs land? And it lands on almost all of them!
Oh, and that is just a nightmare situation for Menashe to be in. I know a lot of people meme about having an effect resistance Nodos, but if you had one here, I don't even know if it would have helped you, because if you have enough ER, you might just die to all the raw damage. And speaking of dying to raw damage, Fallen Cecilia and Arrow are going to die, and Light takes game number 1 against Menashe.
Oh, and as you would expect, Menashe is the uphill climber here. Light has been in so many tournaments, so many events. He is such a consistent climber. I would even say he's pushing the Sisyphus rock right now. It feels like he's pushing it up, and any progress he makes just immediately collapses back on him. If he wants to take this matchup and perform a reverse sweep, like how now, he really needs to think about how he can subvert an experienced player who can play every single draft in the book.
No, absolutely. And I think about a lot of the times people will, speaking of the draft in the first game, when MLDN came out, a lot of us came to the conclusion that if you have your bridge on 3, it is almost more devastating than having your opener on 3, as it just allows you to guarantee that bridge coming in, right? And Light, with the experience, as you said, just taking full advantage of that.
And the thing I think Menashe needs to be extremely careful of was if he had been a bit more careful about reading the pre-bans the first match, he could have told Light was actually going for a cleave comp, banning out Harsetti and Zeo. That to me is usually somebody who wants to race. Light might just be bringing out the whole book and throwing it at his opponents, but now he bans the red Politis. Ooh, what do you think he could be cooking with that, Vic?
Well, I think you're definitely going to want to lean into some type of comp that relies on combat readiness, right? Maybe things like an Amid that's very, very prominent when more units in Lunatic are unavailable as they're being picked up, especially with that Zeo pre-ban, like you mentioned, right? Amid becomes very strong as it's hard to control her. Taking out one of the combat readiness impacts in Fire Politis could mean he's setting up for that, but opts to go for the Fire Sigrid instead very early on, as one of those very strong units from last season, Monarch of the Sword Syria, is still up. And we know Light does like playing a lot of control and is a very flexible pick. It could be a Glorious Flag, it could be a Goblet of Oath. You never really know what you're going to get from this type of Sigrid. But Menasha opts to go for the Bellion and New Moon Luna in response. And obviously Warfare Rule is support, so currently we don't have any Fighting Spirit units, and Disciplinary Prefect Arya gets picked up along with a blue DN on 3 from Light. Opts to go for a more standard playstyle versus Menasha.
I think Menasha's really leaning into that pipeline, you know, where he wants to play the Luna for all of these characters, take away their ability to buff up, but he was a little bit afraid of being, you know, Soulburn's being taken away from him. So he grabs the belly in there, but I think you do not want to fight against an ML Arya, especially in a high-tempo composition like this. Lionheart Sirmia here, I think, is fine for the most part, but I mean, I don't think it stops Red Sigrid S3. I don't think it stops the ML Arya S3, so you're opting to counter the weaker part of these characters' kit. I'm not feeling too good if I'm Menasha right now. You really gotta find a pick that's gonna keep your team safe. And honestly, at this point, I'm not sure who I'm gonna look to. He picked 4 knights for the first match, and he still got cleave, so it's not a good look.
And Menasha does round out the draft with the Festive Ida, and Light actually goes for the blue Kisei. A lot of people were thinking that the blue DN might be a reactionary pick as a cleanser into the Luna, but because she got that horoscope change, she is just as fast as Amid now. So you can set up with the Swift Boots on the Kisei artifact from Tactical Archetype Koli, so very heads up of Light to take full advantage of this and leverage that DN horoscope change to abuse that speed.
I like that, the double Kisei! Oh my goodness, you think both Kisei are just speed tuned to play with the DN? You know, she's built like 310, clicks S2, pushes her entire team, and bada bing, bada boom, that's all she's gonna write.
I would have to imagine. I think Judge Kisei and Blue Kisei are an amazing pairing here, because either one that you ban, they're still gonna, one of them is gonna cause you problems either way. So very, very heads up of Light to take full advantage of the DN on 3. How does Menasha actually want to respond into this aggression from Light? And opts to go for Green Senya into Light's draft.
I'm just going to keep it a buck with you, my brother. I think there were like 20 better anti-cleaves he could have picked there. Green Senya was not it. Send that chick back to 2021, man. They're missing their character. We really got to lock it in versus one of the most versatile players in the history of the game. And the best we could come up with was Green Senya? Come on, brother. All right, Bellion is banned alongside Judge Kisei. We don't want to get any Soulburn shenanigans going here, so loading up into the game, we're expecting DN to go first. No, Luna goes first. Whoa!
Wow, Menasha, we totally did not expect that from him. We totally expected this DN to be on more of a cleave-type build, but Light, I don't really know if it matters if DN doesn't get the turn first or not, because you could just set up your team anyway. Menasha goes for the S2 onto the Kisei. Will it kill?
Resisted!
It doesn't kill! Resist on the defense break, which reduces a good amount of the damage. DN is now going to be able to go for the S2 and apply the attack buff. Sigrid is going to get the turn. Goes for the S3. Will he land all the debuffs that he desperately wants with the fear on Menasha's side? 4 out of 4, and that's going to be it. Kisei does have the S3. This will provide 50% combat readiness and put her into stealth. Who does he want to put this S3 damage onto? Will we see the Tactical Archetype Koli's artifact on? We do not. So Kisei will just be hidden at the moment, and Arya will be able to press that S3.
We're dropping the Arya Soulburn S3 here too. This is gonna hurt. We're dropping into Festive Ida. We want to take her out right away before she gets to play. 17.5 thousand damage does not take her out, but Blue Kisei get that buffed up F2, rips it, and takes out 3 character on Menasha's team. GG called. Like, cleans up the series 2-0.
Yeah, and I mean, who knows? Like, is that Kisei on the artifact or not? Right? Maybe it's just not max. Who knows?
I think it just didn't proc, but yo, can we give a shout out to my girl Disciplinary Prefect Arya real quick, man? That extra ER definitely shook the defense break off of the Kisei, man. Because if the Luna landed that defense break, we don't know which way this match could have went, bro. That was a lot more damage that splash would have hit for. You know what I mean?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, if he was able to eliminate that Kisei, that game might have looked a lot different. But in the next match, we do have Eat Some Bread and also Star coming in. And I'm quite familiar with Eat the Bread as he has placed in previous tournaments that I've run in the past. So familiar face and a lot of interesting tech. So I'm curious to see what he's prepped for this tournament. as the last tournament he was a part of, it was some very interesting things coming out from him. But both players are ready, so let us go right ahead.
All right, and as the name suggests, Eat the Bread is a damn chef in the kitchen. He be flipping that walk, and I'm ready to see what he's packing today for us. Another offense rule. So, hey, as long as it's not defense, as long as we got that global ban on the Ruel, I'm here to play. I'm here to see what these guys are serving up in the kitchen. Q-Blade, though, do you have any scouting information on this guy? I do see the fleet, so this guy can't be bad if he's being accepted into one of the most prominent PvP guilds.
I do have some familiarity. I think Q-Blade definitely a little bit more of an aggressive playstyle that we might be seeing from them. But the pre-bans of Nodos and MLDN will be coming from the side of Bread, and Q-Blade goes for these scales and you'll have pre-ban. You do want to eliminate that and take scales out of the opponent's hand when they have first pick. And speaking of first pick, Boss Arunka will be picked up by Bread. How will Q-Blade respond?
Ooh, no nurse on board. I think having scale Lady of the Scales as well as MLDN now is kind of standard issue for a lot of players. But Notos being taken out as well. Wow, looks like both players adopting the defensive stance. I mean, 4 shields already in the draft where there are... I mean, what are we talking about? Like, there are 4 picks done. I see 4 knights and a 5th knight being hovered. You know, despite all of that, we're actually in a bit of an aggressive era of the game, but once again, Lone Crescent Bologna being picked here. Offense Warfare, do you think this is any world where Q-Blade commits to, I don't know, a Sea Phantom Politis maybe, or do you think that just, it's not such a real character versus the Bologna anymore?
I think Sea Phantom Politis is still a relatively good answer, as the resource reduction is going to help control that Lone Crescent Bologna from really ramping up and applying injury into the likes of Valiant and Genesis Ross. But Q-Blade opts to go for the Hellion Lua and the Witch of the Mere Tenebria, potentially being a book holder for the Lua, and Eat the Bread taking further advantage of the offense warfare rule where the warriors have 20% more damage, ignoring damage share. And if there's any warriors that already has that built into their kit, it is going to be Bystander Hua Young. And Festive Ida gets picked up as well by Bread to try to counter some of the debuffs coming in from Blade. How do you think Q-Blade is going to respond in this situation?
I mean, to say the least, he's going to need another mage on pick 5, right? That's 100%. So it depends on what the mage is, and I think more importantly, what he feels like he has a better odd fighting into. Goes through the ML Luna here, which I think makes him a little bit, like, debuff heavy, and lacking on damage a little bit, which telegraphs a Bystander Hua Young ban. And if you ban the Bystander Hua Young, well, do you have enough value between all your characters to punch through? And no, he leaves up both pick 4 and 5 for Eat the Bread. Luna does get banned out for Q-Blade, though. So very, would you say this is like a kind of like a high risk, high reward play here for Q-Blade? Do you think this is going to pay off?
I think so. I think Q-Blade is being in that second pick's position. It is very difficult. And he opts to go for the mitigation ban, which identifies to me he wants to play for the Razwin Con, right? He doesn't have to potentially rip on that first turn and proc Shyness on Festive Ida. He could try to play his Genesis Ross if he is tanky enough to survive the onslaught of Bystander Hawaiian, or if it's even just simply faster. And into the game we go. Q-Blade does take the first turn with the Hellion Lua, 87% from the Festive Ida. We do see the book on Tenebria as well, but that Hua Young, it is in front of the Ross, so this might be a scary position for Q-Blade.
He does send the Soul Burn right here. I mean, this is only going to be effective against 2 of Bread's characters, but Lua does fire up for stream, goes live, drops 3, and, you know, one of them's going to get cleansed away. We know that's happening. S3 does get rebutted here. And how many debuffs are we hitting? Misses the Bellion completely. Wow. That's a little surprising.
Very problematic, but unfortunately the challenge, this will proc the Lone Crescent Bologna, and some injury and damage will be coming onto the side of Q-Blade. Huge damage! That Lone Crescent Bologna just annihilated Witch of the Mere Tenebria. Shyness will be proccing on the Festive Ida, and this will take out the Hellion Lua as well. Injury comes out onto the Genesis Ross, but he does have the turn. 26.4k HP. Unfortunately, the Ida was able to tank all the damage. Will he get the seal? Does he have enough damage to kill?
This is quite a tough spot for the Genesis Ross to be in, but you have to seal everything. You have to drop your entire kit. The longer you drag this fight out, the worse it's going to be. We're dropping everything. It needs to hit. It needs to land. It needs to kill. It needs to win him the game right here, right now. And no! Bystander Huayo survives! Oh, who is this Divine Vessel kicking? That's the question of the hour. He kills the Ross
It goes on to the
Extinction.
rest!
And another Batback Bellion is stuck, and GG gets called. Brett takes the first win of the set.
Wow, what a game. I mean, just by a sliver of HP, that Hua Young was almost taken out by the Genesis Ross. And if that Hua Young was taken out, just a little bit more gear score on that Ross, that would have turned the tides in favor of Q-Blade. So that high-risk, high-reward postman of the Imperial Illinav, it really paid off. But he was just missing a little bit of damage. That Festive Ida was just tanky enough to survive all the challenge, the 3F, the fixed damage coming in from Q-Blade. And if that Ida actually was a little less tanky, those 3 units, I mean, Ross would have been able to kill and turn the tides. So very, very close game in that first set between Brett and Q-Blade.
Hey, Vic, can I break character for a second?
Yeah.
This patch is fucking sick, bro. I'm so fucking here for this shit. Oh my god. Dude, this patch is content, man. Like, this patch is so fun. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to see, like, the new units are actually shining, right, in the Lone Crest and Bologna. Just seeing how much value and how invested people are in this unit. I mean, look at how much damage she did on the S2. Right, that's a heavily invested LCB for sure.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So,
and I think
unreal.
what it really does, it's really good at, is it rewards a lot of the more veteran players who have maybe gotten a little bit tired of the power creep, but if you know your damage on the LCB, if you know your win condition, oh my god, man, those Batbacks after the belly encounters hit so damn hard. And the conjunction of AoEs off the extra attacks, whew, that was a master chef.
Yeah, and into this game we go. We have Warfare Rule being support, so again, very good for units like LCB, but in the Lunatic format, she is not available in Game 2 as she was using Game 1. So what pre-bans will we see coming from both sides?
And I think Q-Blade definitely had the right idea with last match, but, you know, maybe one bad roll, one miss, and that's all Brett needed to be able to swing the advantage in his favor, and now he bans 2 slower characters. I think both players, actually, that is a combined 3 knights just banned out this round, and all of them light knights as well. Wow, what a surprise. Oof.
Yeah. And
gets
Eat the
locked
Bread,
in first pick.
obviously the Light Knights being in Crimson Arm and LRK, Monarch also out of the field, but Q-Blade goes for the free win first pick, as Valiant is not available from the previous game. Also, LRK is out, so there's no Crown of Glory potentially, no Illinav for Penrez, no Monarch, no Scales. I mean, this is an amazing free win pickup by Q-Blade to identify this being a really, really high priority unit in Game 2.
Ooh, but, you know, in lieu of all of our anti-AoE options, okay, Eat the Bread takes 2 knights. It looks like he's going for a hardcore protect the backline. Now, what unit do you think it normally goes there in this spot? Because I think it's usually something like a Spirit Eye Celine. But if it's free rent, wow, even takes away the Spirit Eye Celine. Okay, excellent rebuttal. Vic, what do you think goes in that 3rd pick spot for Bread here?
Well, I think you have to find a unit that can deal with the free run and the Spirit Eye Celine. Right, Valiant being off the field, there's only a few options left. I want to see if he goes for a unit, I'm thinking, that can also benefit from Warfare Rule. Lone Wolf Payra also gives a little bit of tempo for Q-Blade. That Swift Blade allows free run to S3 into S1 immediately, but will Brett want to lean into the support Warfare Rule in this situation?
He's going over a couple of options right now, all of which, mind you, are hyper carries. Out of all of these, so far, I don't think I find any of these characters quite compelling. Like, yeah, okay, that's interesting. Briar, which I say, you think this is an opener, or you think this is a hyper carry? I'm not sure I'm a fan of either one of those cases, but seeing as how BBK comes out on 4, I'm gonna guess that's an opener.
You know, I've seen a lot of tech from Brett in previous tournaments, and I don't want to expose him. But let me tell you, this Briar and BBK setup, if you played 2 seasons ago in RTA, and you know there were some players that slammed this specific setup, Q-Blade is in for a scare. But Q-Blade promptly responds with the Hakate to try to take away the immortality from the BBK and from the Briar Witch Assyria. So will this be enough? He does have a lot of tempo. Also goes for the Veronica to try to hard counter that BBK. But Veronica and Hakate together is that's a little bit awkward because you're kind of disabling Veronica's kid as well. So Cublade must be very confident in that Briar Witch is not an opener, right? He's not scared of it at all.
Ooh, and the Twisted Idol and K-Rhyme being picked up here. Now that's a finisher. I mean, all of Cublade's characters are either squishy or evasion, and MLK-Ron doesn't care about both. Cublade really honing in on that 3-4 pick combo. You do not want Briar Witch and BBK to get that off. Now, if I know anything about Bread, this is like that one tech from 3-4 season ago that, shout out to Harrison. Harrison started that, right? Where you would play a really slow, not opener Briar, but like she acted as the opener with like 300 ER and 100 effectiveness. Yeah, that was really hard to get rid of, but I think the moment Veronica got buffed, that playstyle stopped being very realistic, so really curious how Brett is going to execute on that game plan.
Absolutely, and Cublade does get the first turn, and you do see Celine, Veronica, everyone is closely following, even applying the Swift boost for everybody, but unfortunately, Guiding Light is on the Briar Witch Assyria, so you can't target her. And the likes of Christie and also Dragon Bride are very tanky. And so Cublade opts to go for the S1 onto the Dragon Bride Senya to not provide the combat readiness push onto the BBK from Christie. Summerfoot Edenic will proc. Nimble Sword coming out takes the Dragon Bride Senya just below half HP. No more buffs are present, so you might need to go for the S3, but Hecate will stop Cublade from putting up the Immortality from the passive. So this is going to be a really tough spot for him to play.
Spirit Eye Celine is going to be opening the doors to the other world. Immortality for the entire team. Just kidding. Hecate is there denying everything. So a little bit of stopping himself from reaching his full potential as well. But I think this turn is going to be very telling. Really wants to stop the Dragon Bride Senya. Wow, do not want any amount of damage. But eat the bread. That's classic. This man has resistance on every character and their mother. Finally, we get the Hecate turn. I mean, you could soul burn one-shot any single character here. What's the right move? Like, how do you make this decision?
I think it's a tough spot to play, but you could just go for the nuclear kill onto the BBK, right? Try to tank the Dragon Bride Resolve. And actually, Cublade goes for the S3. No soul burn, so only attack buff, no gab. S3 does finish out the Dragon Bride Senya, putting into a 3v4 situation. Unfortunately, no immortality will be available on the likes of Spirit Eye Celine, but Briar Witch Assyria on the Guiding Light, this will not provide any combat readiness push as there is no renewed will in this game. But Cublade is going to be able to get the turn with the Rampage on Lone Wolf Pabra. Not many targets. Do you go for the S1 onto the Christie? He does not. He doesn't want to push that BBK up.
Ooh, and that is 7 debuffs. No damage buff left for Cublade. We are going in slow, low and slow. I mean, the splash damage is coming in. We knocked the stealth off the Briar Witch, but you didn't even pop the shield against the BBK, and you are slowly but surely running out of tempo if you were Cublade. Eat the bread looking pretty good here. Attack buff on the BBK, 3 defense break. Surely this is going to be able to clean everything up, but who knows? Maybe the Spirit Eye Celine does hold it down, drops 1, can't counter that hit, and I think that's all she wrote. GG. What a clean set for Eat the Bread.
Yeah, very easy. I mean, that's exactly the beauty of Epic 7 is if you haven't played in previous metas in the Lunatic format, the experience really, really shines through, right? If you have the experience of playing a Laya meta or a Conk meta or the slow ER, BBK, and Briar setup, you're not really going to know like what's coming at you if you don't have that experience. So the experienced veteran players are always going to have a little bit of an advantage in this type of format. But our first round is concluded. We're going to be looking at the bracket and seeing who we want to watch next. Breaking character for a second. Is there any matches that you particularly want to see?
Is there any matches I want to see? Let me look real quick. I was just I was gonna say, okay, hypothetically, right? If you could, if you were Cublade there and you run back everything, do you think there's a world where you soul burn the Payra, so you had like maybe the Vero soul burn to play into the Briar Witch, and then you stop the Briar Witch and you try to like, I don't know, man. Like I feel like the Veronica whiff was pretty bad. I think if he could have avoided whiffing on the Veronica, there was maybe a world where like he pops off.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think if you're Lone Wolf Payra and you go for the burn to reveal the Briar,
yeah,
at least you're going to be able to take care and play for the Hecate win con, which is why the Hecate got picked up, right?
Okay.
So yeah, I totally agree. I think
do you want me to pick a no-brainer matchup, or you want me to pick like a rare matchup? Because I think we have a no-brainer we have to watch.
I mean, are you thinking about the name that starts with the H and that starts with the N?
Yeah, I sure am, bro. I'm not even starting with an
Alright.
H. It starts with an underscore.
Sounds good. Yeah, if you guys know, feel free to DM me for the room password. I'm personally gonna choose. I'm down to see AB and Bread.
That's something I'd definitely be excited to see as well. I mean, Brett already proved himself, but I really want to see him prove himself against one of the best global players to ever play the game. So, hey, that's always going to be a good time.
So let me have Higa and Nezuko DM me for the room password. Brett and AB, feel free to DM me for the room password. The third match that we're going to watch, which is also going to be the last one since we're only doing 3 matches for round 2, will be Bonk and Psychopomp. Now, Bonk obviously got his first legend this recent season.
Congrats!
So definitely improved a lot as a player, as I've seen him try to grind up the Emperor ranks. So curious to see what he has in store. And all players, please DM me for the room password. Thank you.
Now, while we're in this bracket check real quick, let me confirm the format of the tournament. So we're doing this round tonight, and then we're finishing everything off tomorrow night. Would that be correct, or is there one more round after this?
Correct.
Okay,
yeah.
I think I'll stick around and finish this round with you then.
Sounds good, yeah. So tomorrow is where it's going to be a bit of a longer day, where quarters and semis is all BO5, and then finals is BO7. But just because like the bracket's a bit smaller this time around, there's not like 100 players, makes our lives a little easier.
Yeah, that's big ups to you, man. When I do these, I like cap things at 64, and I'm like, I'm not doing any more than that. Like, if you're late to sign up, oh well. What can I say? I'm an equal opportunity sign-upist.
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't have the helpful hands of Mars, shout out to Mars. He's the GOAT. He's always been doing tournament proctoring for me in some of the bigger tourneys, so definitely can't do it without him, so appreciate him very much so.
Yeah, we love the homies. I mean, E7 is all about the community. It's a community game, so good to see the homies pitching in. They're always the real ones.
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. So guys, is there anything you need me to change? Any audio changes, placement of anything, or everything? All audio and everything's good? I apologize, I can't reply to all the chat messages and stuff just because, like, we're doing casting and stuff, but it seems good so far? Okay, alright. Cool. If there's anything that needs to be changed, feel free to let me know. I'm keeping my eyes open. Yiga made it past round 1. Drew, you want to know what's funny? Yiga got a bye. Because we didn't have 32. So, yeah. The curse is broken. Oh, fuck. Oops, I just spilled food everywhere. Fuck me, dude. Give me a second.
Alright, I'm back.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I think as long as every subsequent tournament you play, you're moving up in the world, you're doing better. The person who knocked you out is like a more notable
both
player.
Players seem to be ready to go. Unfortunately, Higa is playing at a very late time in EU, or rather, one might say early time. But both players, I don't think we need to give much introduction. But anything you want to point out about Wolf and Nezuko?
Ooh, I mean, I think both players definitely deserves credit where credit is due, but I mean, look, I'm a big Higa student, you know? Before I stream, I'm watching Higa stream, and I'm like, okay, what do I need to learn about Cleave this week? So, I mean, I have a clear bias here, even though I like Nezuko a lot, so, you know? Go Higa, let's get it!
I mean, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. I mean, like...
Hey, yo, you want to know about more hard places? I can show you around.
No, I'm okay. I'm a proponent of Chengdu, so I'm okay.
Yes, sir.
Good. All right. Well, both players are ready. Valky, are you ready to go?
Absolutely. Let's get it. So ready to see these guys, you know, throw it back and forth.
100%. All right. Well, if both players are ready, Pat, thank you for the braid. Let's go.
Wow, man of culture, Mr. Nezuko K. Oh, actually, it's not even Nezuko K anymore. It's Kurokawa Akane. With the C2 card. Okay, I mean, he's won me back a little bit. I'll give you that much. But I'm just happy. I'm just excited to see two good players really duke it out. And you know, one thing I'm always curious about is how like top players read each patch. And I think none shows that better than Tournament. And immediately, Nezuko bans out Lady of the Scales and MLDN. First pick Notos, though. That does not change. Do you like that pick? Where, you know, Higa is clearly the more aggressive player, and on the defensive end, do you think Notos is an asset?
I think so. I mean, a lot of the times when you have Notos on your team from a really aggressive player like Higa, when you have that cleave anchor in Notos, you're forcing the opponent to play reactively into number one. But secondly, if you can survive the cleave, can you survive Notos pressing S3? And being able to deal with both is very difficult, right? And Wolf actually goes for the Bossa Roca and Spirit Eye Celine to try to barricade himself against this Notos. But once those passes fall off, you know, Celine is going to be targetable. But will Nezuko want to keep it slow, or will he want to speed up here?
Right, and one thing to point out is, I don't know which Bossa is being picked here, but if this is in fact the Rocket Punch Gauntlet one, both characters actually have a lot of damage potential, and it looks like Nezuko wants to, are we calling him Nezuko or Akane here? But he wants to speed up, and Red Sigrid here is going to be the one controlling the pace of things, with Arrowell protecting his team, keeping them safe.
And Wolf going into the top model Luluka Cleave with the Sez. Obviously, TML can do a lot of damage to units like Arrowell, like Notos, and proc that Sez potentially. And Nezuko actually goes for the Inferno Horizon Acades, wants to pick up something that's anti-aggression from the side of Higa, and hovering that Renact, but do you want to race someone like Wolf? Someone that is extremely fast, right? I don't know if that Renact will pay off, but let's see how Nezuko rounds out his draft.
I mean, he's definitely weighing his options, but you know, versus one of the fastest players in the game, maybe we check ourselves. Maybe it works on the ladder because you don't know who your opponent is, and they need to stay on their toes. But versus someone that we know is faster, like I like the hover. You know, he's kind of cycling through his options, and we're suddenly on the Setsuka. So we have one that's a bit more consistent with the Infinite Horizon. We're just gonna push up our characters. Or, you know, if you ban the Infinite Horizon, welcome to RNG land. Not only is Setsuka very scary versus these single target nukers, because they only have one shot. If they miss, it's all over. There's a lot of synergies to be had with the flag Sigrid as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Saria gets banned out by Nezuko, recognizing that the Sigrid and Setsuka will take way too much damage from a unit like Saria from the artifact like Otherworldly Machinery, right? Most commonly will be used on her to just ignore the escort from Arrowell on 3. But into the game we go, we are going to see Wolf taking the first turn on the Mirrored Lotus Ring, but Nezuko actually had the Sigrid quite fast ahead of the Celine. S2 will boost the entire team forward. Mirrored Lotus Ring. Is Wolf going to have enough damage to proc the Sez? I assume that it will, but S3 goes out onto the Arrowell.
You gotta drop it on the tank. I mean, that's barely enough damage. How does that not proc the Sez, though? What happened?
I think it was not enough to proc the diehard, as it wasn't 30%. But the Soulburn has spun with the Nimble Sword. Holy Sacrifice coming out from the Arrowell. And now Celine is in that Wind Rider stance. Does he want to go for the S3? Does he want to go for another kill? Does he have enough in the tank to proc Wind Rider again? if he goes for the arrow, he does have enough souls. Opts to just go for the normal S1. And Proof of Valor on the notice. Escort is now gone. Says does have the Soul Burn S3 available.
That's a
Will it be
miss!
enough? Miss! The Satsuko passive allows him to survive through the Says extinction.
Oh,
And
man.
a counter coming out.
And that's the RNG aspect of it. That's why you were so scared to play these single target nukers against Setsuka. She's so annoying. The moment you miss one skill, you lose way too much tempo. It's very hard to recover from. And the moment Flag Sigrid gets to play, oh boy, if you're Higa, you gotta be sitting here praying these fears don't stick, because I really don't think there's much other ways. GG immediately comes out. We don't even want to see Notos and what he's about.
Yeah, and that's just so unfortunate. I mean, you just roll the dice, and sometimes you roll low, and sometimes you roll high. And unfortunately, Higa in these tournaments, he seems to be rolling low all the time. I don't know what it is, but first pick will be going in favor of Higa. Let's see if Nezuko is going to be able to pull game number 2 to move on to the quarterfinals.
And Higa is going to opt for that first pick again. Definitely wants to dictate the terms of the fight. And going right back at it. And have you, by the way, this is just like out of character, like, does Higa ever have like a turn 2 pivot, or is he like a pedal to the metal until we hit the wall type of player?
Honestly, I would tell you, but like every single tournament, I haven't been really able to watch him. He just dies in the first round.
That's what I'm saying, bro, because it's the same shit for me, man. Like, my tournament's usually a lot earlier, so I try to be French friendly with the way I run things, but usually he either dies early or he cleaves the entire way through and nobody can stop him. So I'm really curious if Higa has a pivot game up his sleeve. And as a big Higa fan, I'm just trying to learn.
And we do see the Renek and School Nurse Yoha get banned out by Nezuko. Zio and Bellion will be banned out by Higa this time around. And how does he want to play this first pick?
Dude, it's just so scary when there's no Zio, no Bellion, no Scales, no Harsetti. As a turn 2 player, you really gotta feel like a child alone in the dark with all of your moms and dads banned out of the game, man. Freerin gets picked up first for Higa. Oof. I mean, she does a lot of AoE damage. You could set her up for the main DPS. You could just burn her book. There's so many things this character can do. But we do pick up that Last Rider crown. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I don't like Last Rider crown. Get me out.
Oh, and Nezuko goes for the LRK, like you mentioned, most likely on Crown of Glory as a very, very popular response into any early free run picks, because Crown of Glory did get buffed, taking away 10 souls every AoE hit. Obviously, the best artifact with the mitigation that it provides for LRK as well. And Luna is relatively safe. You don't want to give Higa all of the options to cleave you. And Wolf actually goes for the archetype, the tactical archetype Koli, to pick up that speed imprint and ran on 3. How is Nezuko going to respond?
Just gonna defend with the designer a little bit. I mean, that's an age-old counter to the Rand, so you're stopping him from S3. So with picks 4 and 5, does Higa have a pivot out of the Rand S3, and you just hit them with the S1? Now, here's one question I want to pose to you, Vig. We've been talking about the tactical archetype Koli for a minute now. Do you think she is a strong character? And if so, do you think you can pick her? Like, is Higa picking her here just as a speed imprint, or is she just such a good cleave unit? Oh, that's got to be a force of habit.
Yep, I mean, that is globally banned. So we're going to definitely have to nullify this game, or it's a DQ.
I posted the draft. I posted the draft in DMs. There you go. If they ever want to wind it back, this is the point where we stop it at. But, yeah, a warfare rule is also defense.
We are going to have to stop it. Ruel is globally banned. We're gonna have to restart that game.
Now the question is Higa a good sport? Like, you know, are we doing a full remake, or, you know, in cases where like one player makes a mistake or one player's DCs or some such, I think it's usually fair just to let the player who didn't make the mistake make the call here.
Yep, I agree. It's completely up to Higa.
Dude, no cap. If I'm Higa, I'm just calling for a DQ. I'm going the hell to sleep. I'm no cap, bro.
I agree.
If I'm Higa, I'm calling the DQ. I'm going to bed. I'll see you boys tomorrow. But I do really want to see him play Nezuko. Let's go. I love this is why you gotta love Higa, bro. He's just a fucking lad. Yeah, I do think we have to go through the motions again. If they need to go through the motions, I have the thing in DMs.
Yeah, Ruel is globally banned. You need to read the rules, Mr. Nezuko. Unfortunately, Ruel is globally banned. Some people are asking why. Is because I submitted a tournament feedback form from last month's tournament, and 16 out of 40 people requested for Ruel global ban because of the poor viewing experience of the games dragged really long. And so that's why we introduced the Ruel global ban this time around, just because of the feedback we got.
Dude,
Right,
he gets such a good
already.
sport. I'm simping tonight, bro. I'm just here to simp. We'll just forfeit round one. I do think you have to walk back all the picks from round one, to keep it in the Lunatic. That's like the only really annoying thing about Lunatic.
Yeah, we're gonna have to redo it. Let me see if I can just null the.
Yeah, that's the only
Let's
thing.
try to. Yeah, we'll try to sort it out here.
Damn. Shout
does
out
look
to
like
Higa
it's
for
quite,
sticking it through, especially if it's like what time is it now for him? It's like 5, 6 a.m.
I think it's like 6 a.m. I believe.
Dude, what a soldier, man.
Yep. All right, if you guys need to for us to remind you what the picks were, let us know. We can always get the. I can get it for you guys if you need.
Spiritual energy here.
Damn, these boys got it. It was Red Sig followed by Arrowell. Yup. Dude, these guys are gamers. They do not need our assistance.
Yeah, they remember. And as TML says, yep.
Yup.
Perfect.
TML says, and
Katie's
then...
in Satsuka.
Yup. Oh my god.
Perfect. Last pick from Higo is Saria, and then we'll just get rid of the first game and move into the round two. Thank you.
Yeah,
both
Saria,
for-
trade the last. Wow, professionals, man.
Truly professionals.
It's a different warfare rule. Yeah, there's no way you can really replicate the warfare rule. So you know, Nezuko just FFs right here. We go into game 2. Dude, Higa FFs. Wait a minute.
Yes, Higa FFs. Does that mess it up? I mean, we can just manually do it. It's fine.
Yeah, we can just
And we know who
manually
won
do
the
a
first
game 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, we'll just override
dude,
it.
that's a lot of confidence. He could just say, "I'm gonna win right here." It doesn't matter. That's crazy.
The only global ban unit is Ruel. That's the only unit. Everything else is on the table. If you guys need the second one, yeah, it's fair. It's okay. Yeah, it works out. Yeah, Nezuko won round 1. So first play Zio, Rebellion, perfect. Prevents are right.
Yep.
Jiren, yes. LRK Luna on Nezuko side.
Need me to go easy on
Perfect. Tactical archetype and ran on 2-3 on Wolf side.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, right? Like we did say, like this Wolf's draft looks insanely scary with everything going on here. So
yeah.
It's no wonder you get to the spot, Dilly comes through, and you're like, God, what else do I have that's gonna keep my booty safe? I mean, Ruel is a natural response for any turn 2 player, and you can't really fault him for that, but Looking at the state of things, do you ever think you go for, like, I don't know, Monarch Iceria? It's not banned, right? Like, this looks like a decent enough spot for Monarch.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of anti-cleave options that you have. You're definitely going to want to bring some type of, unit that can stop some AoE, as there's, the Ran S3, there's Equally S3, there's Freeman AoE. And speaking of Monarch Assyria, that does get picked up by Nezuko. Now, how is Higa going to want to draft this 4-5, as this is not going to be Roll Up Light this time around?
Okay, I do like the Commander Pavel here. That's an option anytime Freeman's on the table. And I will say, Wolf is not looking too bad for a pivot either, but he does swing. Is that even a pivot? I would even say that's just a straight up anchor. I mean, 3 good targets for you to kick. Anything goes wrong, she's going to immediately react and pounce on all of these light units. Yikes.
Oh, absolutely. And Nezuko is hovering the Angel of Light Angelica. Maybe want to bring some even more anti-AoE, some seals, or sorry, not seals rather, some silence and some unbuffables, some debuffs, even skill nullifier can be helpful on the side of Nezuko, but also hovering the Holiday Euphine. Emil Arya can stop some soul burns. And Disciplinary Prefect Arya does get picked up under the Resistance Warfare rule, and that is going to be a very good pick, as that can stop Rand from Soulburn S3 landing defense breaks. But you already have that Dilbert on 3. Is the Arya going to be, does it really matter? Does he want to set himself up to maybe ban a Freeran Cavill?
Now, you're a Cleaver, Vic. How do you break up the Freeran Cavill combo? Like, what's more important? Do you just ban the Cavill, FKTBS, or do you ban the Freeran here?
I think in this spot, you could probably look to ban the Freeran, right? Just because you're taking out the element of Cavill activating. Because Coley, unless you land a crit, that requires you to S3, and Dilbet's going to cut, and then Dilbet's going to one-shot a lot of stuff, right? So LRK gets banned out on the side of Nezuko. So let's see how this game's going to play out. Higa will take the first turn with the Brand. And he does go for the S2. This will provide the Brand with the attack buff and skill nullifier. Unfortunately, he does not have the ability of S3ing, as that might proc potentially onto the design a little bit. Obstacle for the S1. Double counter immediately. S1 from the Luna takes off the skill nullifier, and Monarch Assyria immediately gets the S1.
That's not good. The Luna getting the combat readiness push here is what he's really after, and there it is. She gets the turn. That's what's so scary about Monarch of the Sword in a cleave defense. Not only is she hitting back against your units, but guess what? The front unit, especially if it's a fast one, is getting pushed up. Now we're going to burn the Luna, stripping away all the buffs. Do land 6, and you think Higa's stuck in a bit of a spot here?
A spot it definitely is. I mean, he is in for a world of pain, I imagine, as this Dilbert is going to get 100 Fighting Spirit, which means it will proc defense, but Monarch Assyria not going to get stunned, gets all the damage out with the Fracture first, nothing dying, but Dilbert has a huge turn. Bystander Huayang could potentially 1v9 this. There are 3 light targets with the Dilbert. S3 will proc the Divine Vessel, taking out the Commander Pavel as well. Divine Vessel has to hit a useful target with the S2. Who does it go on to?
Ooh.
And it goes onto the Dilbert. Not enough. Monarch Assyria with the 3 fracture stacks now. Goes for the S3. Will we see a counter potentially come up from the Bystander Huayang?
Oh, and the splash damage with the Soulburn Aria coming in right here. I think this is going to be able to put everything away. We're going to have to see the damage right here. Aria, oh boy, does send the Huayang home. And Nezuko makes a comeback. It's looking like we have to remake the lobby again, huh, for Game 3?
No. Because Nezuko won the first game, right?
I'm fucking stupid. I somehow thought Higa won that one. My fault, King. My fault.
Yeah. Nezuko won the first game, so that'll be 2-0 going in favor of Nezuko. Nezuko will be moving on to the quarterfinals for tomorrow. And, great showing from both players. I will say, Luna and Monarch Assyria is very annoying to deal with. Right? You get the 25% combat readiness from Monarch, but Luna also gets 20% CR on S1, so you're cutting 45 CR. It's a lot. So
it is a lot. It is a lot. Yeah, that was a really tough spot. I think even with the remake, like, Nezuko found a really good defense for that.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. Props to Higa for not taking the DQ option. He went out honorably. All right, so both players are ready. I got to take off the first pick. My apologies. So it's going to be Bonk versus Psychopomp.
Ooh, Bonk, fresh legend player. We shouted him out earlier. I believe this was one of your boys, right? Anything you can tell me about the playstyle? Wow, and look at that frame.
Well, I mean, there's not much. I mean, he plays relatively standard, very honest, like a lot of other players do in this day and age. Because if you don't have a lot of speed, you can't really cleave. You have to rely on just draft knowledge and playing relatively standard. So let's see what both players are going to want to lean into for the pre-bans.
And pre-bans are coming through relatively quickly here. Both players know exactly what they want. And wow, Bonk, man after my own very heart, goes for the very aggressive set of pre-bans with the Harsetti, Empyrean, Illinev. And I would say Psychopomp going for a relatively standard tank down. I'm looking to just be slow and heavy type pre-ban right here. Genesis Ross does get picked up here. I'm a little surprised with all these light knights going left and right. Where's Notos?
I would hope that one of these players have Notos, because if they both don't have it, it's a shame. We're not going to be able to see the new unit being showcased.
Hovering a Renok right there, but I'm actually just really surprised nobody's picking Notos. There it is. Okay, yeah, Ross and Notos. I mean, I think that makes for a really convincing, like, aggro opener. Not only do you get to play aggro, you can pivot back into standard. It just seems like Bonk has a lot of freedom to play whatever he wants here. And even with a character as safe as Bossarunka, I would say Psychopomp not feeling too good with that spot.
I completely agree. And Psychopomp, recognizing that he does want to up the tempo, opts to go for the Renak on 2 and hovering the Swift Flag Bearer Secret. And we see the Taeyu coming out from Psychopomp on 3, potentially looking to reset this Noto so that he can't go for the S3 on the first turn. That is a unique pick.
My man was definitely watching that Hinojin stream earlier, learning the tech. Whenever Notos presses the S3, I mean, it is time to let the Taeyu go crazy. Definitely an interesting pick. Me personally, though, I do really like that Renak. Whenever the opponent picks Notos, you always want to stay just a little bit ahead of them, both in terms of speed and damage. You want to pace them by just that little bit to prevent yourself from overcommitting into a defensive team. So Bonk needs to really, really hone in on what he wants to go for here. He could go for a Zeo to go over the Renak, but considering that there's a Bossarunka already in the draft, I would say he probably wants to go for a more flexible opener. See Phantom Politas definitely, I think she's good, but I don't know if she's good into Taeyu. Any experiences in that matchup, Vic?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough because Politas does technically do enough pushback to kind of negate Taeyu potentially on Spirit Purification and, you know, getting any CR cuts, right, while enabling his team as well. When you have this combination of Politas and Yulha, you're going to be able to push, and then you potentially have Awakened Leaf, then you're pushing G-Ross, and you're throwing a ton of damage at Psychopomp, right? So it really just comes down to how fast this Taeyu is built, and does Psychopomp have what it takes to deal with this Notos and Yulha G-Ross combo, right? That's a lot of damage, right? 60k G-Ross is going to really nuke you down, and Psychopomp recognizes that he does have to find a way out, goes for the Infinite Horizon Acades to try to pick something that gives him a little bit of anti-aggression versus Bonk's draft.
I don't know if I like this Infinite Horizon Acades here. I was hoping he would just go pedal to the metal, balls to the walls, and just not let up on Bonk, but I almost at this point, I feel like you're just kind of letting it happen. You're letting him get enough damage, because if the Notos gets to go off, you are definitely still in a lot of trouble. And there it is, the Stray's getting locked in. Bonk with a very consistent aggro standard team right here. This is exactly what you want to look for every time you're playing Notos. You want to barely stay right ahead of your opponent. It's almost like this wrestle for control. Banning out the Renak, both players are loading up into the game, and C Phantom Politas is being able to go. There's a whole turn chain going on right here.
And we will see the Politas have the Awakened Leaf. This will boost the Yulha in front, but Infinite Horizon Acades will cut to the front of the CR bars, so this push will only provide 50% CR for the Genesis Ross, and Infinite Horizon Acades will cut here. As we can see on the combat readiness bar, he is on the S2EE, so it will provide 60% combat readiness, potentially for Taeyu that has Ridge, which can ignore effect resistance for that reset. But will this be enough? Goes for the S2. This will cut in front of the Genesis Ross. We are going to see him on the reset on the S3EE for Taeyu.
When the S3 comes
Lands
out,
and
lots
gets
of
everything.
orange numbers, but not a whole lot of damage. Ross finally now getting the turn with his. This is a rebuttal. This is a response. But is it enough? And it hits, knocks out 3 characters. Only the Teiyu left. I mean, you did get to reset the Notos, but I don't think that's winning you the game.
I totally agree, and I think that is where Psychopomp might have fell through the cracks in the draft by having that aggressive opening with the Renak and then slowing down, as you mentioned. It's just really hard to recover from. If you don't have enough damage to follow up, you're kind of like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, right? You kind of have to be committed to playing that aggressive style if you're gonna up the tempo early on in your draft and not slow down.
You put it perfectly. I mean, yes, you get to reset him, but after that, then what? What are you going to do when there are 4 big guys on the enemy team? I mean, turn around, bend over, right? We know the drill.
I see what you did there. I see.
You gotta crank it up. I mean, bro, it's a Friday night. We gotta be having a little fun out here. You know what I mean?
Fun we will have, and both players are ready, so we're going to be moving into game number 2. Bonk is up 1-0, and if he wins this next set, he'll be moving into the quarterfinals for tomorrow. Once again, if you are new to the Lunatic format, all the units used in first game and the pre-ban heroes will not be available. This second game, we're introducing 4 more pre-bans, so we'll be at a total of 18 units unavailable going into game number 2. Let's get the show on the road.
Psychopomp finally getting first pick. I would say Bonk is such a convincing standard player. You're so right. He doesn't try to do anything crazy or fancy. All he does is just good standard combo. And, you know, you gotta applaud Psychopomp's efforts there. He tried to fake him out with the Teiyu, but that's not really a pick that works out. I want to keep seeing that energy, though. Keep trying to cook these picks, because that is a top 100 standard player. If you trade honest blow to blow with him, you're probably not coming out on top. So keep cooking these. If you get him with one of these, it might just give you the momentum you need for a full comeback.
Absolutely. And both players locking in the pre-bans. Luna and Freeran get banned out by Psychopomp, and Bonk gets banned out by Monarch of the Sword Iceria and Setsuka. Psychopomp having that first pick. A lot of the units that are very strong openers in Scales, Dien, Doha, Nodos, all off the table. Goes for the Zeo first pick, being really aggressive, telling Bonk that he wants to up-tempo and take the first turn. And ladies and gentlemen, it is under the Resistance Warfare rule, so how will we see Bonk respond, especially with this Warfare rule in mind?
That is a very ambitious first pick. I mean, I think we saw from last game that if you give Bonk the space, the room he wants to set up his teams in, you're going to have a real tough time. So going for the Zeo, I want to take the initiative away from my opponent, but that's a tough move when Bellion is still up. She's sitting comfortably in her gamer chair. She just hit the recline button, and you don't get access to any of your Soulburn combos. That is not a good look.
And as you mentioned, Bellion, we do see Bonk pick up the Bellion and the Crimson Armin. Opposite pick up some mitigation in his draft early on to try to survive the potential aggressive onslaught that Psychopomp might be preparing.
I like that Bonk isn't even trying to be fancy in any way whatsoever. You're so right about the read on him, is that he's so honest. He doesn't give himself any room to pivot. If he's playing like an aggro comp, you know he's going for the aggression. He's going in for the damage. And when he's tanking down, well, I mean, we're locking in whatever light knights we could still find after the first round of Lunatics. So, you know, hey, not going to try anything too fancy. I like the hover there of Flag Cigarette here, but looks like he is pivoting into maybe a Vildred, maybe a Sid. I guess we'll have to see what Psychopomp's cooking. Oh no!
Again, one of the issues that we mentioned in Game 1, Psychopomp going for aggressiveness and then slowing down completely, goes for the Unbound Knight Arrowell and locking in that Lone Crescent Bellona on 3. Now, I will say Lone Crescent Bellona is very, very, very good into AoE like Bellion, but when you have Zeo there, where is the synergy? Where is the connection? Right? Bonk goes ahead and pick up the Tory, which also was recently buffed along with Swift Flag Bearer Sigrid for a little bit of tempo. Maybe he lands the Fears. He doesn't care about the Res Warfare rule, as he believes that they don't have enough ER to actually resist. But Psychopomp goes for the Dragon King Shrew and says, you know what, I want to proc that Cascade. I want to get that fixed damage versus that Tory. I want to break through. And we'll have to see how Psychopomp rounds out this draft.
Wow, I think counterplaying the Flag Cigarette is just such a tall task. I mean, you have to get a Dragon King, but you also need a second answer, because if you don't stop him, you are going to get ran over. And Psychopomp here almost reads to me like he's giving up the Zeo connection. You're giving up the initiative you earned through the game, and Bunny Dawn being picked up here as well. That's a little interesting. I'm assuming that is for counterplaying the Tory ultimate, so Bonk might end up playing this Tory without any proper connectors, without any proper setup, so she might just have to play her a little bit raw. Last pick being hovered
you're absolutely
here.
Right. And I think that, you know, Tory, if Tory cannot get the S3 for the attack buff, the speed up for the 2-3 turns there, then losing the Cascade option, I mean, Beatom is a very pivotal pick for that, right? And Bonk rounds up the draft with a green landing, recognizing that there's a lot of buffs on the side of Psychopomp. You have the Escort, you have the barriers, you have the potential Vigor coming out from Beatom if it comes through the draft. I mean, Landy's going to be ripping a ton of damage if it does come through. Post-bans have been made by both players. Carmen gets banned out by Psychopomp, and Dragon King Sharoon gets banned out by Bonk.
Ooh, okay. I see what Psychopomp is going for. We did call for this, though. He needs to take a bit of a risk here, and he does go for a 50-50 on the draft. This is going to be a Zeo Silence onto the Flag Cigarette, where you need to hit through the evasion. If it hits, well, congratulations, you're now ahead in the game, but if that misses, oh boy. I don't know if I like hinging the game on a 50-50. Let's see how it goes. And no, it just immediately drops the damage in on the Tory. Wow. Going for a completely different route there. Cigarette now going to be assembling the squad. We're getting the ultimate out. Does not fear everything. Not sure that's what Bonk wants.
And Landy does get the S3. Wall of Order will proc, putting Landy into the stealth. Bellion is going to proc the Lone Crescent below. However, does he want to go for the S3? Yes, he does. And he wants to put out that defense buff to try to barricade himself from all the AoE damage coming in from the backpack of Lone Crescent Bologna. We do see the miss, and we will see the injury come through. Tory is going to be able to tank it. Cascade is going to be able to proc that injury, allowing the Tory to just breathe a little bit more and not die out and get that damage out.
Oh my goodness, the injury is what saves her. I thought the Tory was dead for sure, but survives with 78 HP. We do drop the Soul Burn, and instead of going on the evasion character, we do look to close out the Bunny Dominion, getting ourselves into the stealth stance from the Wind Rider. That is a good look, but now Landy is going to get slammed on. Effectiveness buff. This stun is going to go through, and whew, big barrier up for the team. Lone Crescent Bologna still standing, though. You are going to have to loop this Flag Cigarette, and it's almost looking a little bit tough there, because Bellion is now a net negative asset, giving the Lone Crescent so many batbacks and heals.
Oh, and he does go for the S2 onto the Zeo. I don't know if that was the play that you want to go for. There is going to be the batback from Lone Crescent Bologna. Will this kill off the Tory through the mitigation? It does. 2v2 situation. Cigarette no longer has the evasion buff available. S3 comes out from the Lone Crescent Bologna, providing the vigor and immunity for herself, and opts to actually leave the Cigarette up. Counterattack, but that is going to be game number 2 going in favor of Psychopomp. Bonk recognizing that he cannot change his fate.
GG's, what a game. You know, we were talking about how Psychopomp needed to take a bit of a risk there, but he completely subverted our expectations and went for even more game-winning play. Albeit, I will say, there was a bit of element of luck on his side with, you know, how many fears ended up sticking around, which ended up being, you know, none at all that was consequential, but ooh, that was rough. That was rough. Bonk needs to kind of find his footing again, go into game 3 with a fresh brain, fresh draft, and just keep doing what he does.
Absolutely, and I do want to point out that the Zeo S3 onto the Tory, I believe it didn't push the Tory low enough, right? Because Zeo can't do, unless you're on like a triple torrent or like some kind of really high damage build.
Right, you're doing like 48% like HP damage or something, right?
Exactly, yeah. So that, unfortunately, she can't die to the Bologna back, right? So a little bit of a correction there. But anyway, both players are ready. It's going to be moving to game 3. Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, first pick, very contested here. Bonk opting for it again. And last time, would you say Psychopomp? I mean, he ended up winning the game. So the first pick investment into the Zeo to deny turn 1 was good. But now Bonk gets it. So how is he going to be using it to set up his game plan?
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably have to have a game plan surrounding actually picking the units from game number 1 as they are available in game 3, right? And we do see the Notice and Yoha get banned out by Psychopomp. Reenact and Bossarunka get banned out by Bonk. So both players are targeting the units that were used in game 1. Bonk immediately picks up the Genesis Ross very early on in his draft. Obviously, we do see the Illidanat pre-ban. We see the Monarch Assyria pre-ban. Both units very prominent hard counters to this Genesis Ross pick. And when these characters are not available on the table for being picked, well, G-Ross unfortunately becomes a very, very devastating unit to deal with.
Cyclopom here really thinking about, you know, what moves he has, because like you said, with all of these units out, I think now G-Ross is the apex predator of the food chain. He gets to own every single person that comes his way. You can't debuff him. Not a whole lot you can do to nuke him either, so Cyclopom needs to think about what is the most aggressive thing he could set up with his speed that he can take advantage of with these pre-bans. I think that's part of the challenge, but also the fun part of playing Lunatic, no?
Yeah, I mean, the beauty of Lunatic is you get to see how creative people can get. You see what kind of tech they have prepared. You see the preparation that goes into their drafts and how they're planning on play each round. And Cyclopom goes for Afternoon Soak Plan with the Briar very early on to try to stop the revive from Genesis Ross. Obviously, we talked about Monarch and Illidanat not being available to stop Ross in his tracks, but Briar is one of the units can do that job quite well. Right, the extinction is going to be very problematic for this Ross. How is Bonk going to want to respond?
Well, and I'm always really intrigued when players in tournament settings take their openers on second pick, and they really switch up the rank ladder formula. So this is going to keep Bonk thinking. So far, I do like how Psychopomp has switched up his strategies.
That is something that I love as well, because the beauty of that is it almost reminds me back in the days where we were playing the game without ban protect, right? You would see openers on that 1-2 very early, and then because there's no ban protection, so you see that kind of draft versatility. So it's very refreshing to see that. And Bonk goes for the Veronica with the Sea Catapulta to try to stop some of the focus being gained from Afternoon Soul Clan, limiting that dual attack machine down to just one duel at the very start. But Green Celine gets picked up by Psychopomp, responding to the Sea Catapultus on 3, really trying to stop him from getting that rage. But very tough, right? There are units that can tank Celine S2. Tori, one of them, being out of the game, but there are still some other ones, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, Free Rinse also out, MLDN's out. That's part of why these, like, new age cleave bridges are just so disgusting to play against, because all the cool things that are supposed to be able to counterplay this team suddenly just no longer work. Full stop. So for Green Celine to be able to find herself in the spot where you're third picking her, and, you know, we're looking at the draft and it still looks like she's going to be great value. Speaking of great value, green unit in third pick, Young Senya does come out. I mean, that's always going to be quite scary. But Janua being picked up, that's forever a very strong combo. So both players not relenting. They are both looking to make that very strong first pick. Actually, speaking of which, is that Green Senya good? Like, you're picking into a Molly. Like,
it's terrible. That's an absolutely horrible pick.
He picked it with so much confidence. I thought it was good, but in hindsight, like, I'm thinking about it, I'm not a fan, actually. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, the green Senya is an absolutely dead pick in Psychopomp's draft, which is going to allow Bonk to either ban Flan, Briar, or last pick, right? That resource reduction in Sea Catapulta's passive just completely puts Psychopomp into a corner, and Janua can tank the Celine S2 very easily. Surmia, with her exclusive equipment, reducing the counters by 50% and extra attacks, right? And obviously Celine is going to have that extra attack with a non-attack skill being proccing, so it does get banned out. Both players are ready to go. And now it looks like Bonk will get the first turn. He goes for the S3. Celine, is it on the highest attack EE? Will it go on to this Janua? I need to open the CR bar to find out.
Dude, this is going to need to be on the stun EE.
This is going to proc Immortality onto the Janua, but does it have enough damage to kill and go into Wind Rider? It is very crucial that he does. I'm sure he can kill off the Celine and proc Wind Rider and go into hiding, I imagine.
Yeah, Celine is exposed here. Stealth is strip. One hit. That is already gone. Where is our second hit going? Thankfully, does go into the only evasion unit on the board, so not going to be too big of an issue. And now we are looking to make a play on this Briar Witch Isarius. She is on a slower build, so potentially DPS, but no, resistance. Okay, that gives us a bit of a breathing room. Briar Witch still going to be able to be in the game, but Genesis Ross does go, and oh boy, not in a spot you want to be in. Does rip that soul burn, seals collapse on the afternoon soak flan. Dead from just that. Wow, this Ross is really popping off.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that Psychopomp, maybe just due to a restriction on unit pool or maybe draft knowledge, that young Senya really proving to be the hole in his draft, and Bonk was able to fully exploit it and take the third game, moving into the quarterfinals for tomorrow.
Wow, Bonk must be wiping away a little bit of sweat right now after an unfortunate game 2. Claws himself back into the match game 3. Interesting green Celine on 3, but ends up being punished, and that's what makes Sea Phantom Politis such a scary third pick support right now. Not only is it all the synergies, but you do hold back the fighting spirit from young Senya, and there's just so many small interactions you don't normally think of that ends up in these drafts. But speaking of good drafts, Vic, how do we want to talk about this next matchup? This is our last matchup of the night, if I'm remembering right.
I mean, like, I don't know at this point, should I be supporting Careless? Should I be rooting against him? Because it seems like every tournament I make, he's just taking money out of my pocket. I feel like I should just give him my lunch money at this point, you know? Like, he's just here to rob me. Highway robbery. But jokes aside, yeah, I mean, obviously Careless is one of the best players in the world. He has proven himself tournament after tournament after tournament. And obviously with Masters and World Cup coming around this year, I look forward to seeing how he will do in the Lunatic format against some of the world's best. But you know, Eat the Bread, we have seen some really good text from him throughout this tournament and the previous tournaments that I've had him in. And he is not an easy foe. So definitely I hope AB does not let his guard down whatsoever. But very excited for this match.
Good read. I like where you went with that. Well, when these guys are ready, I'm sure we'll head right into it.
All right, let's get the show on the road.
Jesus, look at that. That's every single coveted badge in the game. You got the speed badge, you got the check-in badge, and you got the... I don't even remember which one, man, but that's all the ones you want. That's anything that makes for a status.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely flexing, all right. He is flexing all of his in-game achievements, and pre-bans are going to be coming through. Nodos and Scales get banned out by Careless. Eat the Bread will go for the Nodos and MLDN pre-ban himself.
Yeah, and just like last matchup, we are kind of in a David versus Goliath scenario. AB, commonly considered possibly the most skilled global player, but Bread, we've seen him cook earlier. This man knows how to fry up a dish. Nurse does get picked up first. With all the characters in the pool, you want to make this ridiculous combos, but AB, I think he's going on the defensive end now with Boss Arunka as well as Unbound Knight Arrowell. That is one tanky combo.
Absolutely. I mean, you have the Brunka in the front, and you have the escort from Arrowell, and potentially even more mitigation from Adam and Shield, right? If you pair that with a POV on the Brunka, how do you ever break through this type of unit? And Eat the Bread, recognizing that he wants to play a little bit of control, taking advantage of the first pick, goes for the Witch of the Mirror Tenebria, and actually ties it up with a Christie on 3. Most of the times we would actually see some type of aggression like a Renac come through, but no, he opts to slow down, and Careless, wasting no time, goes for the Lone Crescent Bellona to try to barricade himself behind that Arunka and Unbound Knight Arrowell.
Is this typical, Vic? Is Lone Crescent Bellona just me pick on 3, me jam it down? Like, I was not aware that was her game now.
Well, I think one of the main things is Unbound Knight Arrowell, or specifically, sorry, Lone Crescent Bellona under the Warfare rule of support is very strong, right? You're going to be able to get those backpacks very, very quickly, and it looks like some of the players that we've seen today are taking full advantage of that, right? You can usually have this protected carry that traditionally Indo Army we've seen, Spirit Eye Celine, Freerin that kind of get put behind the backline behind the units like Christie, Arunka, and now Unbound Knight Arrowell. Lone Crescent Bellona kind of fits that niche where if you can provide enough support for her, she has enough damage to just kind of completely carry. Right, she puts the game on a timer with the injury. She does so much damage with S3. She bat back so fast with the Fighting Spirit gained. Very, very strong unit. I think we'll see more of it as the season progresses.
Now, I gotta bounce it back to you then. Let's say if, you know, the boards were flipped, right? Let's say Bread had the second 3PP. What would be the perfect thing to take on 3 to shut down Lone Crescent Bellona?
Well, I think if you're already leaning into a little bit of control, I think any form of control, whatever you have available, is good, right? If it's something that you can maybe look to burn, ignore ER, is going to be very strong to shut down some of the passives, or even have Seahead the Politics, right? Resource reduction can be helpful. I don't know how the scaling would actually work in the support warfare rule particularly, but that is, speaking of taking away the resources, Elvira gets locked in by Eat the Bread, completely shutting down the fighting spirit gain by the LCB, potentially making this a force ban and maybe getting his draft through. Careless opts to go for the Aki on the 5 pick to try to just completely ignore ER and go past this Christie and just take out any units in the back line.
Surely this Aki gets banned because I think that's too good of a spot for him, but no! The Aki actually makes it all the way through. I think Eat the Bread is banking that his characters are a little bit faster there. I mean, we knew AB has to ban the Alvira. If you have a Malono on 3, that's probably on the cards for you, but wow, the Aki makes it through, and I mean, that's what happens when you disrespect Careless Gear. That man is fast, and when he gets to go, this is going to be scary. We drop the first soul burn, rip the chains off, and oh boy, he's sending that nurse to Chengdu. Oh my goodness.
Oh, and it kills through the Proof of Valor, 31.7k damage. Second Soulburn coming out from the Aki. This surely will be able to take out the Witch of the Mirror Tenebri with the 4 bursts, and it does. Another Soulburn will be available, but this will not be able to go through the immunity and barrier on the side of Christie. This will all come down to Christie and Kairon in a 2v4 situation. And now the barrier with the bird's eye view coming from Wretched Rose, this will allow the Aki to have more soul burns as the game progresses. Silvertide Christie does get the Esther to provide the attack before the Kairon. Every single turn that Careless actually ramps through, Kairon's going to get closer and closer to that S3.
16,000 HP on this Lone Crescent Bellona. No mitigation to her. Does she survive? Is there a win condition on the book for Eat the Bread?
I mean, I think if you're on a Pursuit set, you know, that 15k damage from Kairon will go up to 18k. So depending on how much HP this Baroka has, we'll be able to find out very shortly. If Kairon can eliminate 3 characters and leave it to a 1v1 with Baroka, it might be winnable.
Oh,
but the birds that will proc the Wandering Edition with the Twisted Eidolon Kairon, he will have the S3. Is he on lifesteal? He does go for the S3. This is going to be a massive, massive, massive damage dealt.
Let's see it.
He is on, gets a little bit of lifesteal, but the backpack should be able to kill him off.
Miss! Oh my god, the Bellona survives!
Unfortunately, not enough healing on the side of Kairon, and now Aronka will be able to finish off the Twisted Eidolon Kairon and put that game in favor of Careless. Oh, imagine if he lifestealed a ton there. Imagine.
You have to imagine that's an ER lifesteal. That's like a bruiser Kairon. He was only 16,000 HP, but oh man, Lone Crescent Bellona still gets the bat back, and whenever she hits back, I mean, if she gets low, the healing's gonna happen. Oh man, that was such a tight game. Oh, Boss Aruka survives and closes it out. Like, that Aki got infinite value there, I gotta say. Having the Wretched Rose with the Aki, giving him the barrier, reloading his Magnum, and just letting him unload. That was fun to see. I'm glad I stayed for this, man. Holy moly.
Absolutely. A unique pick in Wretched Rose you don't get to see every day. So very, very heads up of AB to actually go for. And, you know, it was 3%, right? Either person could have won that with a little bit of speed RNG. And if that Tenebri actually was able to cut, Aki didn't have immunity because he's so fast. And yeah, that Tenebri was able to control him. That game would have looked a lot different for Eat the Bread. But both players being ready from game 1, so we'll be moving on to game number 2 right away. 1 game away for Careless to lock in that top 8.
I just want to point out, pre-mitigation, that Aki did 330k damage. Like, hello? What? 330k damage pre-mitigation, bro. What are we talking about? Oh my god.
Yeah, Aki is, I mean, sometimes you gotta just go for it, right? If you have a lot of speed on your Tenebria and you say that you're gonna outspeed, sometimes you live by outspeeding or you die by outspeeding.
Oh, totally.
But Warfare rule is going to be resistance, and so how will both players play in this type of Warfare rule?
Look, I think God is smiling upon Bread, and he's tossing him a bone here, so to speak. Last match was real rough. That Kayron almost clutched it out. All he got to do is replicate it again, and I think he's got a game 2 on his hand, game 3 on his hands, but he really needs to capitalize off of this. Cycling through a couple of light Soul Weavers here. Does lock in the Empyrean. I think with so many good light knights out, that's definitely not a shabby pick by any means.
I think so as well, and you can see that the Zio Harsetti pre-ban from the side of Careless means that he really wants to play aggressive and try to overwhelm Eat the Bread with tempo, potentially, right? Now, Ran obviously gets banned up by Eat the Bread, and Careless currently hovering the Hellion Lua. Maybe he wants to go for some aggro setup, but I imagine he is just thinking about what to go for, right? Pyrian Illinev, obviously, as you mentioned, is very strong. There is still some very strong units in the game at the moment. And I doubt we'll see a G-Ross or anything come through with the Illinev being picked up early, but Swift Flag Bearer Sigrid does get picked up by AB.
Okay, and he's hovering over the Bunny Dom as well. Do you think this is just a common hover, or are both players just like prepping for some kind of play? Arya gets picked in, and Brett immediately locks in 2 more Light Knights. Wow, do we like Light Knights out here? If you have a star icon and a shield icon, you are chosen for the team. If not, get to the other side, because we don't want you here. DN, Magical Girl D gets picked up here. And, you know, we say AB is known as just a by-the-book, strong standard player, but he's really cooking tonight out here. Holy moly.
I gotta say, yeah, like one of the beauties about RTA and Epic 7 and the Warfare rule system is some players will really lean into certain drafts that they have, you know, tried and tested with rules like Resistance. Right, you're really not going to see this type of response getting slammed immediately with the Benya and the Bellion if you're not having a ton of experience in those types of matchups, right? Freeran obviously gets picked up, taking full advantage of the fact that the Bellion is on his side, so the Soul Denial will not be an issue for him, and Monarch Assyria will give him another win condition for Eat the Bread. How does AB want to respond in this case?
I'm just admiring the 4 Light Knights on Eat the Bread's team. Mort does get picked up here. Surely that gets banned on the 5. But oh man, oh man, oh man. If you are a new player and you're trying to figure out, well, if I have no speed, how do I play the game competitively? What characters should I summon for? Well, there's your short summary for the day. Well, there you go. Abe even bans the free run. Every single character on Eat the Bread's team is a Light Knight. Now, if he wins, that is a Light Knight victory. If he doesn't win, well, he lost the best player in the game, so there's no shame to be had in there. He can't lose either way.
And we are going to be seeing the DN take the first turn. I believe it was Proof of Friendship, so this should be able to boost this Arya up quite a bit. AB opts to go for the S3, and this will put up the penetration resistance along with the defense buff. And now Sigrid does have the S3 available. Will he land through the Resistance Warfare rule and the resist imprints from Illinev and Bellion? Oh, he does it! He gets tagged! 4 out of 4. All the buffs are stripped off. Shu is going to be able to apply the injury and start ramping. S3 goes on to the Imperial Illinev. We see the Elber's Ritual Sword not proccing, unfortunately. And now Emil Arya will be able to put up the barriers for the entire team, just barricading him against Eat the Bread.
Oh my god. I mean, he was so confident ripping that Sigrid has to be 200, 250 effectiveness. I mean, that's such a tough spot to get out of, especially with speed buff, a DN pushing everybody. Even if it's not like the world's most insane amount of damage. I mean, even look at this, right? That's resisted? Oh my goodness. Arya's going to be laying the pain down. And Illinov's out of here. All the defense buffs are going to come in now. Finally, Shu gets to go, and this character just scales with the amount of turns she takes. You see all these Elbruses going down. They don't mean nothing when the Iseria is feared. And wow, AB is just running laps around Eat the Bread. That's a tough spot to be playing in.
Yeah, and I think against a lot of other players that you might run into on ladder, this might work where some Sigurds might have a little bit lower effectiveness. But when you're fighting against someone like the quality and player caliber of Careless, I mean, this is no Sigrid that's a joke. You know, nothing that it's going to be at least 250 effectiveness, especially with Goblet of Oath and whatnot. So Resistance Warfare proving to be not enough. But Bellion does wake up applying the provoke onto the Sigrid. But this all comes down to if Monarch Assyria wakes up. But Shu is already at 5 stacks with 26k, potentially even on Pursuit set. So this is going to do a ton of damage.
Oh, the damage
it does go onto the Dragon Bright Senya. That almost takes her out.
Holy. Alright, the win condition here is whether or not, you know, I'm not gonna say it, but there's a character coming up with a turn and a thing could happen with a certain debuff.
Oh, counter!
One
Some
counter?
free chip damage with the 3F.
I mean, we take what we can get, but no, Belly gets eliminated right there, and Iseria doesn't wake up!
It's unfortunate. Eat the bread. Even 300 effect resistance is not enough against a player like Careless. And now the game is now put into a 2v4 situation, and Bread recognizing that there's no coming back. 2-0 going in favor of Careless, and we will be seeing him tomorrow in the quarterfinals.
Wow, GG's. What a match that was, man. Holy moly.
Right, so I mean, that's going to be very exciting for tomorrow. So we're going to be looking at the tournament bracket to see, you know, who we have for tomorrow. What matches should we be excited for? And let me take a look at it.
Wow, we basically only have hitters left. I mean, every single one of these is a hitter. The only person I don't have any data on is Yadoaki. Anything you know about that guy? Because everybody else is they're a known factor.
I've played against Yadoaki quite a bit on ladder. I will say he has some tricks up his sleeve. I don't want to say too much, just out of fairness for the other competitors. But he's definitely been a thorn in my side on ladder, for sure. Yeah, How To versus Yadoaki will be a good game. Bonk and Nezuko, we've had some good showings from them today. Derek and AB, obviously Derek has been very strong as well, playing in the Battle of the Alphas in the Tristan Wolf tournament. So he's also proven himself to be a strong contender in these types of formats. And obviously Light E7 versus FaceBuff. I mean, that's the 2024 E7 or 2025 E7 World Cup type of situation we got going on, right?
Exactly. And, you know, once again, shout out to Derek. That was his first Legend finish as well. Like, this is a pretty big season for Architect coming up. But if things go well for Architect, it might have to be a friendly fire incident going on with Derek and Light. If they both win, they're going to meet up in the next bracket. And, yeah, it's looking like a good set of matches for tomorrow. But, yeah, somebody needs to be stopping AB from just getting your lunch money, man. Otherwise, we're going to run out of money for the Chengdu trips.
Bro, he's just taking all my money, man. Yeah, just straight up robbery and daylight. Like, it's GG's, man.
It's a rack terminal out here, huh? Yeah, sorry, you got to borrow some of your terminologies for these.
It really is. But yeah, tomorrow the tournament will be starting at the same time. So for those of you that I'll be posting some information on Discord. But for those of you that are moving into the quarterfinals, please do be advised that every single player is going to be allowed to submit one global pre-ban. So obviously, as you guys know, Ruel is already globally pre-banned. All 8 players will need to either DM me, Mars, or Valky. Preferably me or Mars, since we're already doing the proctoring and Mars has been in contact with someone already. And so how it works is they will be anonymous. So if all 8 players say Bellion, there's only 2 global pre-bans in Ruel and Bellion. But if everyone says a different unit, we might be looking at 9 total global pre-bans for tomorrow to really shake things up. So if you guys are in the top 8 in the quarterfinals, please reach out to me by the end of today, or I'll be reaching out to you to get your global pre-ban for tomorrow.
So you're telling me by the time we reconvene in like 21 hours or 20 hours or whatever it is, we could be looking at 9 global pre-bans before the Lunatic series even starts. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct. Yeah. This tournament that we have is truly to test the depth of players and their flexibility and adaptability, I guess. Overall, that might kind of be the same as flexibility, but you know, we really want to highlight the new units that were in the balance patch. We want to have things feel completely different compared to last month's tournament. Otherwise, we're just rerunning the same thing over and over. So hopefully we'll have some really interesting games tomorrow. Some units that were from the past, kind of taking us, like, as you can say, a blast in the past, right?
Exactly. Now, before I head out for the night, Vic, I only have one question. You still streaming after this, or are you doing the event and then you're calling it? You're still streaming? Cool. I'll send the raid over.
Yep. Sounds good, bro. I'll chat with you later in DMs and then tomorrow as well, dude.
Yeah, sound good. Reconvene a little bit. I'm probably staying up to game a little bit, and so if you have any notes, you have anything any bits we want to do for tomorrow, let me know, brother. But thank you again for having me. This was really fun. you know, I'm gonna have to steal a note out of your book, man. Steal a page there, ban the Ruel. That's honestly not a bad way to run an event. Like, for real, man.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people had a lot to say about it. And I'm like, well, we're already running a different format with all the global bans. We might as well add one more so that people will have a better viewing experience. And honestly, I'm going to have a better casting experience, and so will you, not having to sit through Frenzy 7 every other game, you know?
I will say, as like a caster that I'm trying to like do pro casting, right? I don't mind it because I want to practice for, you know, if the broadcast ever has another tech difficulty or they have another Brother Stone incident where we're stuck there for 90 minutes while they're trying to officiate, I don't mind the opportunity to, you know, work on my official yapping skills. But hey, anything that makes the tournament more fun, and I think taking out Ruel's definitely it. So hey, thank you for having me again. I want to wish everybody in chat a great weekend. I'll probably just be popping into your stream tomorrow. I don't think I'm doing a co-stream. I tend to not stream on the weekend, so sending you guys there. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a great weekend, guys, and take care of yourselves out there, as always.
Thank you. Talk to you tomorrow then, Val.